to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia want on am bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan to the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accept it. Instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwa. When I'm speaking to Mr. Seth Jima, I mean, if you're on social media, on the Ghana media platform for the past 24 hours and over, I'm sure you might have seen him, his works, his emotional interview, his story. He's been trending. He's been all over the place for his incredible work in the UK for the past 24 hours, and we are delighted to be speaking to you. Hello and welcome to GhanaWeb, Mr. Jima.
Thank you for having me, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, my friend. First and foremost, let me say congratulations on your video. There is a bit of confusion. Is it your first or second victory? Professional?
Yeah, it's my second bout.
Oh, okay. And so the story says that you were a labourer or a mason here in Ghana, then you travel to the UK. So how did it all start for you?
Obviously, I'm from Ghana, and I grew up in there's a small village called Bima. It's in the Asokore sector east, Asokore Fijase, Asante region. I don't know if you have heard from about it before. So that's the part of my life. I grew up there. I got 10 sisters, and I'm only one boy of them. So when I was growing up, I literally noticed that life wasn't easy because my parents was going a lot of challenge, but they never gave up on us, so they did everything in their way to support us. Yeah, I used to travel 5 miles to school from village to my school, probably cassava, plantain to go to sell them before we get money to buy something to eat, and we use the same money to buy some stuff we don't have at home, So that's the kind of life I grew up. And then I went to T.I. Ahmadiyya Junior School in Asokore, and then I went to Krobia Asante Technical Vocational Institute. That is where I studied building and construction BC, so that is where I'm become more about mason, and because it's part of my subject I was learning in school, and in the vocational time, I traveled to big city with my to go to see my sisters in Brema, Kumasi, and that is where I bought a travel to looking for jobs.
But whilst you were in school, did you do any kind of sport? Were you doing some boxing or some football, or you were not a sports person at all?
Nah, I was the goalkeeper. I was catching girls, I was I was really good with when it comes to goalkeeping. I was really good with that, But I was a very active kid, like never near the empire. So those times, yeah.
It's goalkeeping. What damn our school team, baby, and I said it was just if you what time I was here, my dear, no, but Oda go and I saw you, baby, mom, and I said,
I'm the omugo, and if you so now. I said a crack it to a bit now also without much boss so but boxing there was not part of my life, because me kind of minima there or how you can become a chef. I never boxing home. Me kind of boxing gloves that when I was back home.
So after school, I'm technical school, and then we before eventually the opportunity came for you to fly out.
Like I said, it was all about hustling. Nominate one of my brother-in-law was selling trainers shoes in Babi from Mercury, Kumasi Mercury. Now he's selling Pabo. Then after that, one of my cousins go Juma was Santi Achimaguko. I was carrying a heavy load like bin, take care of forest now loading place. Then we pack them in a big truck container and we ship them to overseas like Europe, India, Americas, and stuff like that. So I was doing everything it will help me to look after myself and my family. Yeah.
So at what point did the opportunity come for you to fly out?
Around 2012, and when it came up, obviously the opportunity came up once, like we all know. So once it's come up, I was like, why not? Big city. Let me go and see how it goes. So I came here, and there was nobody here I know.
How did it happen? Is it a case that you knew someone and you got invited, or I mean, how did you go from Kumasi to about a opportunity there, and maybe you'll be invited to an answer bibina?
No, Charlie. Everyone got a dream. What do you say? Everyone, what you your dream is maybe just say your dream is maybe to travel to maybe big city like New York or maybe California to continue your life there. You don't know anybody. You don't need to have, or you don't need to know someone there What you say? So as long as you work, you have a capacity, you have amount to look after yourself. Charlie, answer, you need to go. What you say? So I said to myself, listen, baby, I'm a I'll go. So Brabby, and then let me know. I will chrome her. I mean, any case I'll catch him. Say, oh, let me know, Freezy. When you come, I'll come and meet you at airport. So I was very excited. But when I get to Heathrow Airport, he turned me off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he turned me off. After my friend crowd, my friend I could see home phone. I can't remember. And yeah, no. Home home phone.
Okay.
Yeah, house phone. And Madame be picking what you looking for. And I'm body penetration. Was it on the crash? I was like, oh shit.
So how did you survive your early days in the UK with all these challenges?
That is a good question. Yeah, because me buy say now my friend will be or Ghana and now on the friend I down for be or Okromoa and nipan be me tna check akra be 2 hours and nipan be fan free airport then me buy for a ban ho no say how the this is how the life is in the UK. You got to pay bills, you got to sky one more crime. So the pyramid that kind of then it came to the point that I need to move out from the house because UK life Ghana. If you know something to do, you just enter there and say, oh please, I'm looking for a job. You know what I'm saying? You need to go all the process and here your documents and stuff like that. So it take bro, Charlie, any pub bread. And even at some point, I met Uncle Bia or Munim, my papa. They grew up with my father in that village, Bima. So they try to help me. But once you grow up, you need your own freedom, you know. Sure. And I get out from them, and I get my own place, and then my own place in the crowd. It end up so bad then, bro. I end up sleeping in the bars, on the street, McDonald's, you know, and a whole lot happened, Charlie. Nipa bread, but obende. Yeah, Nyaminti Yarositias.
So at what point did the boxing dream start?
2015 to 16. Let me wait on the packet of boxers. That is the boxing fight I'm sure. Yeah, I was like, meaning boxing with the bam. And then I may wear that would Johnny start checking me. I said, my way the meet my dunia. So I just saying just like that, you know. And Madam said, no, bro, these guys are different. They are different level. I'm saying, no, I can't, because one thing about me say, I'm always say, I do be the one meeting me. That is my motto.
Okay.
You know, I always said, I do not be the one meeting me. I do not because I do not be the one meeting me. It's a Juma, I will do it because Mekai Brahma bread, Bima Masua, Timba, Masua, like trek, Equadida Bontain, BT say be a Techima near Tom, in Kum near any phenomenon. I've been there before, you know, so it's part of hustler, it's part of me. So I was like, there is no job I can't do it. I can do it. You know what I'm saying? So in some point, you know, 2017, I start boxing and I'm a core. Nipa class one Jimmy Sika na me the Bible registered Germany because he asked me how old are you now? I said 27. He said, nah, that's too late, bro. Let me tell you the truth. You can't be a good boxer, bro. Yeah. I said, why not? He said, we start boxing at the age of 9, 10. Look at these kids. Obusa and crying. So more 10 years, 9 years. They said, you see, you can't do it. You're too old for this shit. Sorry.
So how did you feel when they told you that you were too old to start a boxing career? I said for you were just determined to do it. So I didn't know can't cry with you.
And then one can last word none one can. Yeah, they all kind of cry with you. And one can man say the more kind of cry. Man say the more kind because now my mother say I will do it. And one thing about me is if I want to do something or I want to achieve something, the only thing it can make me stop from your side as a friend or someone who try to get me down is, Charlie, you can't do it. When you can't ask me to pay, you can't do it now. And you can any one can cry, I will do it. That is my thing. Oh, me I didn't catch you can't do it. You fail. Oh boy. I will show you say I can do it. I didn't mean I do what yet. additional. What you say? But we are saying, man, who say any school can many pay therefore, and then many pay. What you say? You know, and how smart you are and clever you are, you can be successful. You know. So, oh yes, I mean, my thing, me call and say, "Buy one now." So when Jessica, then later on, me buy any papa friend or so. All right, I'll take the money. Then I start from there and I start training as an amateurs. Then yet, me job crying right hand and yet bibia, Charlie. But starting also I was doing cleaning jobs, like cleaning some churches, you know, changing beans, stuff. Or that was my job. I was doing it every day. Then later on, the manager said, but number job we call it key job. I don't know, say what can be a key job. But key job here, I do my say their fans I have no office. We two more we key back on the Bema cleaner. It was also bad. No, in the Juma, so he got one of my key from my office. What you said, I'm a key job to go. But at any time, be a depend free office be. So we have called it key job to call Makoya. Also, when so a gentleman, you big a cry. After me, the chairman that can be so my brewa.
Now, we training. I sound by side jobs, so.
Yeah. Work on that you need night shift. Juma be on a night shift. We gym the inside the court, Misako night shift. Me koban, I'm back to gym. Bro, I was like, I don't know. Honestly, we need the chasing me, but I can feel like say I want to be, I can be someone great. What you say, but it's like I'm chasing. I say, you like you chasing the greatness. That is how I can say. That is saying much. Actually, I say, minna. What yes, even sometimes we walk around me call Juma instead 7 for bus and we walk around 9 miles. Me for bus, me call me backpack, me boxing boots, me cloth, me boxing outfit, everything in the bag. Now me run work. Me come shower so na my shower na my start Juma. Go a chef for no motion me so strong with you. Ona. Because now me a kitchen porter, now me kuku near the idea. Through kitchen porter, no, I work so hard and I become a chef.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So at what point now, when you breakthrough, so Charlie now I mean, so you got signed onto a record, onto a label, and you were billed for professional bout. When did that happen?
Me you call me kind of say you call a yibi boxing show be no Shatta boxing show like how they call it I say boxers for in Akushia. So yeah matchmaker, they try to match. They obviously they have a boxing event coming, so they're looking for boxers. It's so much I'm say yo spar this guy. If you only cost not a matching fight, or make you fight and happy, or show us no, this guy is not good for you. You're gonna fight this guy. So no, or make things down. He dropped things down. It's in there was a one guy it was like 30 kg different. I was like 81 and he was like 115 kg. Right? He was sitting there and this guy looked so upset. He looked like he's ready to fight. It required him catch him when the organizer and said, "Can I fight this guy?" But I'll catch him and said, "No, this guy, bro, are you mad? Look at his size. He's a heavyweight. Why do you want to fight that guy?" And obviously, I'm a light heavy. You know, so there is a difference with the divisions. You know, so they don't want guy to fight me because if you do that, you can get damaged because fighting, for example, if I'm going to fight Anthony Joshua, obviously it's so wrong because of size different, right? So one fan and was still be and I'm so right, cool. It was the be then I really handled the guy. I'll catch him and say, now use your one hand to spar the guy, right? So and this time I was still doing the amateur, you know, I was doing the amateur. Then then the guy came up in the ring. He hit me and he pissed me off. I went inside and boom, I knocked him off. I will send you that video if you haven't seen the clip. I said when I knocked him out And the way the combination, everything comes, strength and anger, aggressive and everything, boom, and not came out. And then everyone film it and people start to share it and it's go viral and it go everywhere. And then the following week, guess who posted? 50 Cent.
Wow.
50 Cent posted the video and everyone tagged me under the comment. He said, yo, this guy is freezing. That time I was my followers in Instagram. I was nobody. I was like 300 or 3,000. Then 50 years I'm now for follow post tagging me. Was said. Then I wake up and my followers went up. Boom! It go up like 15K. I was like, wow. Then I got an interview from Sky News. I was then they was like, why you actually British Mike Tyson? That is where I got that name.
Yeah.
Then it started, meet British Mike Tyson. Then the name stuck, and everyone's talking about. If you up to date, when you go to Google, you type British Mike Tyson, you will see who will come first. And the honor that moment, I know that wow. Now I know who I am, so I'm not going to sleep.
You know, I mean, Mike Tyson needs no introduction when it comes to boxing. So, for you, someone with a kind of story you have, how did it feel for you to be tagged the British Mike Tyson? You know what I was saying?
It feels great because he's the guy I look up to.
Okay. I
watch him. I watch his fight. I watch how he jab. I watch how he punch people. I watch his anger fight in the ring. I love it. And one of the things I love about him is his boxing skills, which is pickable. You know, put your hand up, move your head, come inside, and that. And I love that. And his height and my height, he's a bit higher than me. I'm 5.8. You know, and he was like, I think 5.10 or 11, something like that. You know, so it fits me. You know, and obviously, so I was like, yeah, I want to be. I want to learn his skills. You know. And see, it was cool, but I no share me thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. My bad. And no share me thing. Maybe a Jumano and mommy cause I mean that because they will say, wow, I can see myself like in the future. The things are gonna get better.
But so when did you get your first? When did you get signed onto a label, a promotion, and when did you get your first bout? How did it come about?
Yeah, me come amateurs now. My first amateur, I knocked the guy out 25 seconds, right? And then the next one, I lost. I keep losing. I lost 4 loss by points, you know. And one of me lost, and I got emotional because I worked so hard. I said, you enjoy something, you do something, but Okona and Kuyema, what you say? Like, oh, what? Then I changed gym. When I changed gym, I switched gym to another gym. Then that gym called Double Jab Boxing Gym. That up to date, that is the fastest knockout in that gym. That is 9 seconds. I can send you that video. And they gave me certificate for that. I went there, boom. I was like, wow. And doctors look after him and that, you know. So that was so altogether, I think I have like 18 amateur fight. You know, and I become 2019, I'm sure 2017 or 19, I become a Haringey boxing gold medal. That is another competition. Be or fighting for 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You got to win all. Ulusua, you're out. And I did that and I won all of it. You know, so all these things, you know, it built me up. And normally, it's not that you. Oh, sorry, yeah, now we will be able to and right now we didn't have no, there is a whole lot you got to go. But I like the type of interview you're doing because you try to dig and know who is this guy, where he has been, why he become who he is now, why his name is trending. People don't look at that way. Everyone thinking, oh, Freezy McBones, British Mike Tyson. Now they even call Africa Mike Tyson. Now Ghana Mike Tyson. I don't even know. Everyone can call me whatever they want. That's cool. But people don't know why you become that. What makes you that? A lot of things pushing me. One, where I come from, my mom, obviously, I spreading my family side to you. Charlie, baby, if you what you say? So share point.
No, because I saw a tweet someone saying that they could feel the hunger and the determination and the commitment in the punches you were throwing. I said, when you say, Charlie, we name a Juma, we na I didn't be doing it. So it would be a shame. So punching in pan, I said, everything goes in. You don't leave anything out.
Oh, no, I want to.
Yeah.
With you, Bibia, when the nominee asked me for an interview, it was funny. He said, "Now, Chadiana, what you say? Now, I will be a member of the press. I think Kusia Bre. Now, what the Mama be see how because of Minjao, I'll be you." What you say? So it's part of the process. So that one is there in terms of the, and also the honor na a normal chassis ye kakra bidini kosrono, and Buhuman reach out to me. Buhuman is a brand, is like a Nike. This is their outfit, and they look a honyakopon be yadoma ma outfit mentoshe. If I need a clothing outfit, I say if you look at my pictures, I didn't like the same brand. Buhuma. They are my sponsorship. It's have a nyakopon man is also then I say next kaka krabi super up and I'm in Kojuma being go from Kuku being. But when you say Ghana for me, one more.
Yeah.
It's the kitchen, no, not me kitchen. Honestly, I love kitchen because it's like a meditate. That it helped my mind to grow. Even that because of the kitchen, that's where now I got business going on. It's called Freezy Snacks. So check your social media. We call it Freezy Food. It's like a plantain chips. And now I'm gonna do jollof rice as well. So the whole I love kitchen. I love being busy in the kitchen, like I told you. All this kind of idea. I have my own brand going on right now.
Okay. So it's latest about here, I mean, everyone is talking about. How did you get to that level, and what going into the fight? What was the mindset?
Yeah, before this fight, it's like almost like a 4 years. Opia whom you're on the street. When are you fighting? When are you fighting? The Instagram, when are you fighting? Because it's like people want to see me fight. People want to see what I got. People want to see what I have because they see me sparring like professional people, great people, but they don't have a chance to see me on the main big show. It's a normal delay. Then last November, I supposed to have my first professional fight on November, but I broke my hand and I got injury and it got canceled. Then last month, 10th of March, I got my first bout. Then I stopped the guy Woodley. His name is Woodley. Yeah, I think so. I stopped him in the second round, 10 seconds. I stopped him. So this one, 2 days, Tokoya Mikoyi on 2 days. May your friend say, Mr. Campbell. What I say? Now the man here, he said, this guy, he's very tough guy. He got 113 fights. And he lose more of it, honestly. He lost a lot of his fight. But the thing about him is that he's one of the toughest guy in boxing in UK, which is journeyman and stuff like that. So he know more about the ring. He know how to take a punch. He know how to. So when in my mind, I just say, so Aquari, he know more about the ring than me because he started boxing. Let me remember what I say. And now I get the opportunity. So if you go in like you get jab, move your head, jab. Now this guy is gonna get away with it. So I'm not going there to pray with him. I'm going there to beat him like a thief.
The way you went all offensive, I think there have been a lot of praises for you as well. The others also feel that the way you fight is too amateurish and you still have some grooming to do. How do you feel about the criticism? Of course, the praises are allowed. I mean, but there are others who also feel that you still have a long way to go before getting to the top. How do you feel about those things? So who's our comments in Libya?
If you do something and you don't have people to talk about it, that means you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
You need people to talk about you. You need people to talk good, bad. It's all good. It's all come together. You know, like I said, I started boxing at the age of 27. And if I'm going to me,
Sure.
so I assume I move them. Now, I feel I'm opportunity fighting on the platform. So now I catch them say, oh, the way I or fighting the won't come baby. And I my cousin baby. No, I'm doing me, bro. I'm enjoying my boxing. I'm enjoying what I want. What you say? And one thing about I don't listen to what people say. I don't focus on that. I do me. When I came back, I watched the fight. I see things I need to do to make myself happy, not what the others saying. I always focus on myself. I always put myself first, and I always make sure I'm comfortable for what I'm doing.
Okay, but of course, Ghana, for instance, have a history of, producing great boxers. The likes of Azuma, Joshua Kulete, those guys, they need no introduction when it comes to training boxing coaches. Are you going to reach out some of these people? Maybe Azuma, maybe Uber send you a video and say, oh, senior man, what they're sharing, maybe I'm advice, maybe. And now, for now, they're with team,
No,
focused on.
Sorry, no. Boxing is like politics. You don't see MPP goes on this to get information or idea or help. Yeah. Right? I start where I am, me and my team, me and my coach. If it doesn't go well, we plan together what next, what we should do, what that, right? And we bring what we have learned to the public, and the public will see. So I don't need they all kind. I still have respect for them. They are goats. They are legend. They are up there. I have love for them, right? But everyone, I keep myself to myself. I do me. Yeah, so I just want the best for myself, and I have my team, and we keep growing. We're growing. Charlie, remember, I started boxing 27, bro. 27, brother. What you are saying? I got nothing to lose. Like I said in the interview, I got nothing to lose. Every step in my life right now is a blessing. I'm a winner.
Sure.
So, yeah, keep going, brother.
But what's the biggest objective for you? What do you want to achieve at the end of it all?
Biggest of what?
Your biggest objective in boxing.
I want to have a title. But this year at least I need to have like 6-5 for year or 5-5. So next year I can start having a title. What did the mission say? Yeah. Everything will come. I don't look at the big I look at the big picture. That's the dream. I don't look at big top like WBC, IBF. No, we start from here to go here, step by step, 1 to 2. We don't jump from 1 to 4. What do I say? So right now, I stay focused. Now my real 2-5, 2 win. Woo, that's beautiful. Next one, manager when next month, please, you are out. Let's go. Give me the date. Okay, give me the event. They say, give me the opponent. Let's go. I win it. Next one, go. That is my thing. I don't jump. I don't look at so far like that. You know what I'm saying? Step by step, you build yourself up, and everything will come. Everything.
Your story is like a big inspiration. I mean, what would you say to people from similar backgrounds like you? And then what should they take from your story?
Yeah, what I would say is like, never give up in life. Never say, so what I say, and that time you can't even get close to him, because I've seen a lot of people, they treat people like a shit, like nothing. They don't respect them, And right now, for example, myself, I'll give myself example. I know a few people, they put me wrong. They don't respect. They don't do nothing. In terms of humanity, they don't respect what you are saying, because so they look down to you. But now I've become someone. Just a few times, people started to be nice to you. That is the big thing people need to learn. Always respect people and treat people according to how you want it to be treated. If you feel me, that's the thing. And another one, don't let your position you live in now judge you like you're not going to make it, or you can't be somebody great. No, it's possible. And don't let anyone decide your life to you. Your life is in your hand. Your life is like a movie. You are director, you are actor, you are this, you are cameraman, you are this. You need to control everything, right? Don't let anyone tell you because you're too old, so you can't do this, you can't do this. No, it's possible, brother. You can do it. You can do it. Me, like a freezy coming from somewhere, nowhere, no hope, bro. If you are crazy, so crazy, you be declared so anointing. Now, this is my name, sisters, me call for this. And that form say, yes, sir. Yeah, swap aside the buffet. Ya copy bunch be the business so the go home. What you say?
Yeah.
Me, I know this thing I don't want to talk about it because me can't. It's a memory, like it's a picture. What you and I am emotional. What you say? Because now me time free ho abaha ne Charlie, and then sorry, cry me did cry because Joy FM, TV, Kesben, TV today, here. Now I'm like, it's crazy. It's like a dream. You know, it's possible. Whatever you go in there, whatever you thinking, go for it. Because sometimes so much there will be a challenge. No, and can't show you. Just do your job. Do your thing. Be you. You know, but the most important thing is that be faithful to yourself and be true to yourself. As a man, who say Cressini, be crowd winning me, or because I call it story better or just boxer. Be true to yourself. Challenge na but everyone got story. Oh, any independent do baby, on person you say chrome for that be media January. Now I know as a bro. No, Charlie. We Cressini, you know what you are saying, yeah, baby didn't know so. I think was also the said
I mean, thank you very much for sharing your touching, emotional, and your great story with GhanaWeb. All the best to you and your career, and I hope to see you at the very top. Thank you very much for speaking to GhanaWeb. All right, so this is GhanaWeb, this is Forestry, and I'll be speaking to Freezy Mark Bones. We'll come here with another edition.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Ghana's fastest rapper, Sarkodie, has dared the controversial African dancehall king, Shatta, to a fight in the boxing ring at the Bukom Boxing Arena. Well, Shatta has agreed to fight Sarkodie in the ring in this particular bout, but will that fight really happen? And if it happens, who do you think is going to win? Well, we're currently at Kwame Nkrumah Circle to find out from some Ghanaians who they think is going to win the bout between Sarkodie versus Shatta. My name is Joseph Adamafiu. Come along with me as we find out from some Ghanaians who they think is going to win the fight between Sarkodie versus Shatta. The fights with Sarkodie say won't fight Shatta. Who think you will win that particular bout?
Me, as I say, Shatta they go break him neck. Shatta the figure be this still everyone say come in here yeah bro.
Yes, it's Shatta. He come out Collegono boys try on they play like that.
Oh sure. Oh Collegono as if figure be fish now. We call it come on Collegono they mean say half one year. Yeah. So we fuck up and go over.
So who the talk say go win, Sark or Shatta?
Highest. So you know, original.
You ever see Sarkodie in the 2 years before?
You know, this is he lifts dumbbells and things of it.
For life, you have that thing. Wale go beat them. Forget that muscle you see. Oh, now you know they see how many people Wale they beat for Facebook Live. Forget that thing. Wale go beat them. Wale go beat Sark. Me, I say I go pay 100,000 Ghana cedi. I go bet for Wale in back. Wale go beat Sark. Me, I they talk you. Don't make I talk plenty. Wale go beat them.
Shatta be full street boy, so he don't go fit show how many things. So why then bring them a fight, then them a small video. The time them be kiddies or the time they don't be stars, them be machos or what. You never see anything, but the aggressive way Shatta they put for inside, my guy, forget. He go beat hands down.
But Sarkodie to be Tema boy to boys the street.
Tema boys he be smoke, they no smoke, oh my guy. He be smoke. Sarkodie then time now they hide them, by now they do on public. They be smoke, then they take the smoke. By boy way, he stay every ghetto before there, my guy. If you do challenge,
Shatta ne Sarkodie now, my guys. But on say sometimes a bad show is now. I do, and maybe I say what me creating me now. Hey, tension Abba so. But I can say a bad new 20 way with the Charlie Sarkodie or a guy. But Saturday, Charlie Sarkodie, they beg you Saturday. Forget it. Charlie, I don't know free. Charlie, we can carry Grana. What's that? I like once. Allah Shatta. What day? We now feeling what it.
My father said uncle I'm Shatta no you do. Banana so na no papa no you do. So don't mean Kasabi.
You ever bush Shatta?
I don't know Kasabi.
Shatta ono enu ni bia efte abaile minke bo ke abaile mi ni wi ora kan abaile mi wa Shatta no Sarkodie afan eti ebebo oye on mabo
But say Shatta ni my boy.
Nima ade di Nima na ku de na se ka zongo bia bebu obi enye uzongo awo obi ti zongo obi ti estate but estate won dey see not zongo ye bebo no Shatta Ondu Sarkodie
Say Book 1 fight, Shatta, who inspired go win that particular fight?
Maybe Shatta, be hard guy. You understand? He be hard guy, so he will win the fight.
Now boys too, they talk say Charlie, then to them they yard inside.
I know, but he say Shatta, no. He say you know be ordinary guy. You understand? This everybody say DB. You understand? By SM, he be hard guy. You understand? He be street boy. You understand? So automatically Shatta go win, hands down.
So like when they run inspire, knockouts go happen.
Knockout roughly by 3 rounds. No get strength to 3 rounds and knockout fine. Hands down. Oh, that's why they say BDB. Oh, forget. You go win now, hands down. But if they could put $10 million for top, I said I always make you put $10 million. Look put for top.
If the fight happen today, right now, you go spy.
I will go spy. But I got there already. I don't Uber. So I mean that place go far. I didn't giddy. That will go win hands down. It be street boy. You go win. Sarkodie doing body DB. Go win now. So make you try that fight again. Make you try, man.
Wale.
Oh, Wale go win, of course.
But you don't see Sarkodie in form riding.
Oh, I mean, you want hype keke. Well, you want hype keke. You want use Wale then get name. You see, Wale still be relevant. He's dead the system inside. So we just want something that they into the go here and that's all.
So just as you heard, many Ghanaians are very eager to see the fight between Sarkodie and Shatta happen at the Bukum Boxing Arena. Well, as and when this fight will happen, we do not know, but fans say that if it's supposed to happen tonight, they'll be at the Bukum Boxing Arena to see Sarkodie square off against Shatta in the boxing ring. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
To translate, to summarize my presentation in Twi. And so, the dika me damu nyina ase. Na the obofo amoha ye besre se mo manato ye mindful say. And ye babe chichi mu akire Ghana man. E kwan a President Akufo-Addo aban e fa so a ye bo ye kwaye ho ban. Na seni amu nyina amu nim no eba kwaye ho nsem ene ehon faso ne ho sunsuanso ene emoa edema eman no a ene kwan so ase Ghana fo dodo na no eba sansem na ehamo bebri forest reserves yi beko forest reserve na omo ye galamsey ye say ye kwaye omo do eku adwuma fo omo so say kwaye omo si adan omo say kwaye enti omampani Akufo-Addo wa hye ama ye dwuma say yemfa ekwan papa so na yembo ye kwaye ho ban na nyese ye bo no ho ban ko a ye bo ho ban ne so no na ye tu anamo de nhihye to kwan mu a ebema ye dua nnua aka ho na ye kwaye no abedoso ene ye ntimi nka ne bebre na ukọ amanoni bebi bebre a eba amayo bo omokwaye ho ban a metima su se amansan food na Ghana ye boy ho ban pa na wo hwe bi te say Congo the Congo Basin, Brazil, Amazon, Indonesia, Gabon, and several other places. Also acquire to say Ghana buying and Ghana Mr. Aloti, Chief Executive Officer of Forestry Commission, Obabe 10 million trees.
Metrica. This assessment looks at the satellite imagery that is used to assess the total forest in Ghana. This also happened with the agreement of the criteria that will be used. And this criteria was agreed with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So if we look at the size of Ghana, Ghana is about 23.8 million hectares. That's the total size of Ghana. Out of that, we have our forest. As we speak today, in 2021, the size of the forest is about 6.6 million hectares. 2015, it was about 5.8 million hectares. Let me also explain one other aspect. The criteria used also clearly explain what will be described as a forest. And to describe a place as a forest, the place must have a minimum size of 1 hectare. So if you have a place that is smaller than 1 hectare, it cannot be described as a forest. The trees that are planted there should have the capacity to develop and grow to a minimum of 5 meters. It should also have a canopy cover of not less than 15%. So this is the criteria that is used to determine the size of the forest. So the size of the Ghana's forest today is about 6.6 million. 2015, it was about 5.8. 2019, it increased to 6.5. And as we speak today, there has been an improvement to 6.6 million hectares. To go into the details, we realize that the closed forest was 1.4 million in 2015. As we speak today, it has reduced to 1.2 million. Whilst the open forest has increased from 4.3 million in 2015 through 6.5 million in 2019 to 6.6 million. What it means is that whilst the total size of the forest is increasing, the quality of the forest is reducing, which means that there are more open spaces. The canopy is reducing. What it also means is that we are getting more forest area that has gone through excessive degradation. What it means also is that if you have the forest, we are losing more of the content of the forest, but not the size of the forest. The other information is also there to give you an idea of the other land uses that we have. So for instance, if you look at food crops, the size of food crops, the size of the land that has been taken over by food crops has moved from about 4.4 million to 4.5. That is an indication of the impact of agriculture on the total land of Ghana. So what it means is that the land cover is giving you an idea about the various land uses and which one is ceding space to the other land uses. We can also see that bare surface has increased from 28,000 hectares in 2015 to 62,000 hectares in 2019 to 62.5 hectares in 2021. What is telling us that we are having more open spaces in Ghana now. It may also be a pointer to the fact that other land uses and then other impacts like Galamsey are opening up more bare surfaces. So that is an indication. We can talk about cocoa, shaded cocoa. Shaded cocoa is an area, means that we have trees on cocoa farms. One of the strategies that the Forestry Commission through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and then Cocoa Board, one of the projects we are implementing is to plant at least minimum of 18 trees per hectare in cocoa farms. You can see its impact that in 2015, the shaded cocoa was about 649,000 hectares. It improved to 748 hectares in 2019 and is around 723 hectares in 1,000 hectares in 2021. What this means is that since 2015, we've continuously been improving upon the number of trees we are planting in our cocoa farms. And this provides the necessary microclimate for cocoa to thrive. So you can bear that if you cocoa is not doing well in some part of the country like Greater Accra and other places because we don't have that kind of microclimate that the forest provides for cocoa development. Let me now move to the information on the forest and wildlife reserves. We have together about 309 areas that have been reserved. Out of that, through Cap 157, that's the Forest Act of 1927, 266 forest reserves have been gazetted. 222 forest reserves have been proposed for gazetting. So the process is going on to gazette these forest reserves. We also have 21 wildlife protected areas. In all, we have 309 areas that have been reserved as either a forest reserve or a wildlife protected areas. This include the Ramsar sites we have, which are about 5 of them. We have national parks, resource reserves. All these ones have been created based on international criteria. I'll also introduce you to the uses of the forest and the socio-economic contribution of the forest. As we speak today, the timber extracted from the forest earns averagely around $200 million per annum. Beyond this, we have about 800 million Ghana cedis production for domestic market. This is in cedis. The other one is in dollars. The export figure is in dollars. As well, we have non-timber products coming from the forest. We can name some of them like medicinal plants, the rattan and bamboo, the other wild fruit species and other non-timber products that are extracted from the forest. We also have food production. As we implement our plantation strategy, we implement the strategy called the modified tonja system, and this allows us to plant intercrop the plantation seedlings with food crops, especially within the first 3 years of production. We have bush meat and other nutrients also coming from the forest. All these ones are what we call consumptive uses. Once you consume them, they are gone. Once you cut a timber tree, it is gone. Once you take away the bamboo is gone. Another one has to be planted, or another one has to develop. But we also have some other uses and benefits from the forest which we do not consume. We continue to benefit from those items. For instance, we have the watersheds that the forest provide a conducive environment for our watersheds. And if you go around all the water bodies that we have in Ghana, the sources are from the forest, and most of them run through these forest reserves. So when we maintain and protect the forest reserve, what it means is that then these water bodies are also protected. We have ecotourism sites that are visited. They are not consumed, but they provide opportunity for entertainment and research, and then realization as well. And then we receive a lot of tourists in these areas, and there are more of these sites to be developed. Lately, we've all been talking about climate action. Most of the nature-based solutions depend on this forest for sequestration of carbon. Biodiversity conservation, all the small organisms and other animals that we find in the forest. It is the protection of the forest that provides the kind of ecosystem, a habitat for them to be able to survive. I will also give you an idea about the direct employment jobs that's created as a result of the forest. The private wood industry puts the figure at the figure of employment jobs created by that sector at 290,000 employees. The National Afforestation Program engages about 75,000 individuals. We have the youth in afforestation, we have those who are producing seedlings, we have the modified tonja system, we have other interventions that we have rolled out. I will get to some of those interventions later. We have forest management and research, which employs about 4,500 workers. The Forestry Commission itself employs about 4,300 workers. We have forage and other research organizations that are purposely researching also and protecting the forest. All these employments are as a result of the presence of the forest. If we lose the forest, we may lose all these job opportunities. The forest-based civil society organizations, they put their figure directly at 220. Then we have the ecotourism direct employment in the forest, not the private sector, at 200. We are yet to get the figure for the private sector. That will increase this figure further. So the direct employment is almost 370,000 in the sector. Of course, there will be a lot of indirect employment in this area. Now let's look at how the forest either increase or reduces. So we are going to look at especially the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation. This information is going to tell us the key, activities that impact negatively on the forest. Key among them is agricultural expansion. Throughout the years, as the minister mentioned, from the 1900s, consistently, the activity that has the most impact on the forest is agricultural expansion. I think in this area, other farmer groups and then the Cocoa Board and the Forestry Commission are working towards improving the productivity of and the yield of some of these crops, so that lesser land will be put on the agriculture, whilst we improve upon the output per acre or per hectare of this land. But agriculture expansion remains the major impact so far as the forest is concerned. We have the traditional illegal logging, chainsawing, and fuel wood that impacts on the size and then the quality of the forest. Mining has come up strongly recently. We have mining both small and large scale in the forest reserve, especially the illegal one, which is not controlled, is impacting negatively on the forest. Wildfires. Wildfire is very, very important. So the Forestry Commission has been putting a lot of energy in the sensitization, education of communities in this particular area. You can plant so much, you can protect so many hectares, but if you have fire racing through the forest, you lose a lot of the forest. I would like to also put on record that I know a lot of the forest development is as a result of natural regeneration. And so if you have a wildfire racing through the forest, you lose all these forests on the land. Overgrazing, we have some cattle overgrazing, especially for planted trees in some areas of the country, especially in the Bono and some part of the Ashanti region. Infrastructural development. As we continue to build more houses, construct more roads, dams, and all those infrastructure, we impact on the forest, and settlements are increasing. Anytime you go to your town or village and you have a new site, definitely some trees would have been cut, and this is also impacting on the size and quality of the forest. I want to zero in on some of the key drivers of deforestation. One of them is illegal logging. This is as a result of unauthorized removal of timber from the forest. This is causing loss of revenue to the state, and then also the chiefs and people and the communities where the trees would have been felled without authorization. It also causes forest degradation. What happens is that when a license or a permit is given to a concessionaire or a contractor to go and fell a tree, a proper plan would have been put in place to select the type and number of trees that the contractor will take in a particular compartment. So that is controlled. And then there will be post-harvest checks to make sure that the right thing is done. For an illegal logger or chainsaw person, when he goes to the forest, he will just be cutting the trees without recourse to whether the species or the type. So you lose a lot of these trees, and then the processing is also not done well. So for them to produce one article or one item, you would need more of the trees to be able to do that, because the yield out of those trees will be lower. It also fosters a lot of corruption in the system if you are having a lot of illegal logging. We have been collaborating with the Public Procurement Authority, and very soon we'll have the documents that will spell out how we are to procure particularly lumber for government contracts, because government contracts consist of one of the huge extractions from the forest. All the wood that goes in the government contracts, we want to make sure that once the person goes in and prepares his tender, he must be able to show evidence of where the lumber is coming from. And this will be coming on very soon. We've also started working to establish lumber depots across the country. The first one is on preparation at the Sifioso area, and we'll be looking at Doma and other areas. What it means is that we'll be creating the opportunity for people to buy legal timber on the domestic market. Because for some areas, when you arrest some of the people, they feel they don't have access to legal timber for their domestic use. We want to look at mining in forest reserves, and to give you an idea of mining, we'll say that prior to 1980, basically what was happening is the artisanal mining, where they were using small implements. So you have few illegalities here and there, and they are using smaller implements. In the mid-1980s, 30 companies were given the opportunity to look at the exploration in the forest reserves. So what it means is that prior to this time, we never had any, license, what's the name, exploration or mining in the forest reserves. By 1997, 17 companies out of the 30 have gone ahead to receive mining permits to start actual activities on the land. This is what resulted in the companies like Newmont, Trano Mining, and then AGC Kubi. They started mining in the forest reserve by 2003. They have started having real large-scale mining. Let me also make it clear here that small-scale mining, community mining, and other small artisanal mining are not allowed in the forest reserve. So any small-scale mining happening in the forest reserve is an illegality. Large-scale responsible mining with the necessary approvals from the necessary right agencies, and then the right mining lease, and then with a plan to be able to do that are the only ones that are permitted in the forest reserve. I would like to zero in into illegal mining in forest reserve, and we at this point we would like to look at the what we call the state of play, what is happening at the forest reserves as we speak. Records we have at the ministry indicates that 7 out of the 16 regions have been experiencing some form of illegal mining in those regions. Out of this, 34 reserves have been affected. These are areas where you have significant illegal mining. The total area that has been mapped is about 4,722 hectares. That means that 4,722 hectares of forest land has been impacted. But then this is only the size of the surface. Some of these impacts, result in very deep, holes, and then they excavate a lot of material. That will also impact on the forest because it takes time to get, these topsoils to be able to, get the place revegetated. So it is not only the size, but the impact on our water bodies, the topsoil that is impacted, and the depth of the holes that is created. It may be maybe half a hectare or 1 hectare, but if you look at the depth of the, the impact, then of course a lot more work will have to be done to be able to reclaim these lands. We will show you some of the pictures. You can see on the right side, you can see the picture of the Tanonimre Forest Reserve, which is in the Western North region. You can see Bonsa Reserve in the Western region, Upper Prama Forest Reserve in the Bekwai district of the Ashanti region. But this is to give you, show you how it looks like. But let's go to the details. The Forestry Commission, directed by the ministry, has tried to profile what exactly is happening in these 34 forest reserves in the 7 regions of impact. So we look at the profile that we have here. It is giving us an idea about the region where the impact is, the forest district, the forest reserve in question, the total size of that forest, and then the size of the forest that has actually been impacted upon. Then we have looked at the classification, and then we've been able to classify the various areas where the impact is based on the difficulty in dealing with the activities of the illegal operators. So we have the green color code as the one of the legends. The green is telling us that this is an area where we've had an illegal activity, but then it is generally under control. That does not mean that we will not from time to time having some of these illegal operators coming in, but generally it is under control so far as the forest managers in that district are concerned. The yellow is also giving us an idea of the area with a minimum difficulty. What it means is that from time to time you have to go and flush people out of this area. We go immobilize machines, but they continue to come back, and our rapid response team will have to mobilize from various districts to be able to contend with these illegal operators. So the green is a better situation than the ones with the yellow. So if you look at the other one, the red is an area where we have active illegal mining activity happening. And these are areas where the Forestry Commission is finding it very difficult to deal with the illegal operators. They are in large numbers. They have large number of machines, and they've recruited armed security. So whilst you have a team working in the night, you have another set of team carrying arms, most of the time AK-47, and guarding those who are working. And I would like to also explain that most of these weapons that they are carrying are not the weapons that the Forestry Commission can contest with. They are carrying AK-47 that can travel about 3 kilometers, whilst the weapons we are having, the semi-automatic, can only go about 300 meters. So what it means is that to be able to fight these guys, you have to get closer to them, at least within 300 meters, to be able to deal with them. Meanwhile, from 3 kilometers away, they can shoot you. And we can give you the statistics of the number of our workers who have been attacked due to the sophistication and then better power and capacity of the illegal operators in this area. So we go to we look at this at Ashanti region. Ashanti region is where we have the red color, the code, red. We have 3 forest reserves that have been classified as the most difficult areas, and these places are having active, illegal mining happening, and they have, the rented security. And it is in the Bekwai districts. All these 3 areas are in the Bekwai district. I'm talking about the Bekwai Forest District. We have the Oda River Forest Reserve. We have the Apraprama Forest Reserve, and we have the Subin Shelter Belt. These are 3 reserves where we're finding it very, very difficult to contend with the activities that are happening there, and I've given you reasons for that. If you look at the other areas, for instance, if you come to the western region, you have the Asakregwa area where you have the Tonton, and then the Tutua forest reserves. They are largely, being managed by the district office of the Forestry Commission, so far as legality. But Furi Forest Reserve is also an area where you deal with them, but then they continue to come back. So we are spending a lot of effort, a lot of resources in dealing with this area. So most of the revenue we collect from the timber subsector then ends up, fighting illegal mining. So it goes on. You can go to Western North, where we have the Ayuan East Forest Reserve, the Afao Hills Forest Reserve, Upper Wasa Forest Reserve, Tanoyan Forest Reserve. Those are areas where illegal mining has been happening from time to time. But Tanonimre is a forest reserve that gained wild attention. But as we speak today, it's largely under control due to the effort of the Forestry Commission and the company that is that is extracting timber from that forest reserve. Western North is also the same. We come to areas around the central, eastern regions, but for most of you, you may not be aware, but there are illegal activities also in the Savannah region, around the Bole area. The forest is Yarada Forest Reserve. Upper East region, we have illegal mining activities there. Around the Boku area, Bolgatanga area, we have illegal activities around those areas. So we are showing some of the pictures of what is happening at some of these forest areas. One of the forests that we want to also speak to is the Etiwa forest, Etiwa Range Forest Reserves. We've been hearing a lot of noise about and then comments about Etiwa Forest Reserve, but it's, the issue is that the whole area is described as Etiwa, but if you look at the forest reserve itself, it is the area that is shaded green. The other surrounding areas that you have, the whether violet or purple, the yellow and different colors, they are legal mining concerns. So when you have mining there, and most of the time will be called and will be prompted that there is illegal mining. These are reserves. These are forests outside the gazetted forest reserve, and then most of them have, the legal documents to mine in those areas. So from time to time, you have few, movement from the outside forest reserve into the forest reserve, and then they will be called upon to deal with it appropriately. Then we have security concerns. I've explained already about the illegal mining operations, the ones that have sophisticated weapons that we are finding difficult to deal with. Now, for most of them, the modus operandi is to work in the night. You go to the area and you find the excavators or the implements outside the forest reserve in some of the adjoining communities, packed. And it is difficult to confiscate those excavators that are outside the forest reserve. But chances are that they move in the night into the forest reserve. So now we are putting some of our workers to try to deal with those issues, and it is very difficult to deal with illegal operators who are carrying weapons in the night. We also have our workers having military training, and then that is to help us to deal with some of those illegal activities. As I mentioned earlier, we have other drivers like wildfires, agricultural expansion, cattle grazing, and infrastructure. I would like to give you an idea about what we have been doing in terms of law enforcement. And this picture shows some of our workers undergoing training at the Estuary military camp. So far, we have trained about 974 workers, frontline workers of the Forestry Commission at the Estuary military camp to deal with these illegal mining activities. We already have our own team that deals with illegal logging, but these people have been trained purposely to deal with illegal mining. We formed them into groups, and they have been trained in weapon handling and how to deal with some of these difficult situations. We've procured about 1,000 pump action guns. They have been trained properly in handling. Some places have been prepared to keep these weapons and the proper documents, and then the monitoring is being done. As I said, we've created 13 rapid response team. We hope to increase the number to about 30, but we'll need logistics to be able to support them to be able to handle some of the difficulties in the forest. We've also, we find out that it's also very difficult sometimes when we go to the courts for prosecution. So the Forestry Commission, with the help of the Judicial Service, have trained about 30 managers as prosecutors to assist in prosecution. As a result of the work we do, we've been mobilizing some of these equipment that we find in the forest. As we speak today, this first quarter, up to April, we've mobilized about 35 excavators, but they still continue to bring excavators to the field. It is difficult to move them out of the place because they remove the important parts. And lately, we have been very difficult even to, low loaders to pick the excavators because they wouldn't help in taking. They wouldn't help in taking some of those excavators from the forest area. This picture shows you some of the equipment that have to be bent, the pumping machines, the other equipment that are used to wash in that area. We've been arresting a lot of the both the Chinese and some of these illegal operators, but notably among them are the people who will call normal laborers. These laborers, they cannot afford an excavator. You find them, you go to the court, and they are giving some fine because they just came to provide hired labor. But we think that if we are able to get to the people who are employing these people, then this problem will cease. Cattle, I've mentioned, is a problem already. Illegal logging is a problem. To be able to control some of the issues beyond the illegal mining, like illegal logging, we are applying technology to some of the work we do. So we are able to track, as we speak today, the movement of trees in terms of whether it is processed or it is in the log form, right from the forest to the market. So we are able to tell whether a particular lumber is coming from a tree that has received a permit to be harvested. So we're talking about traceability of some of these species. Working with the under the voluntary partnership agreement signed between Ghana and the UK, this has become possible. There's a lot of engagement in this area, and we have established the Ghana wood tracking system. And this allows us to track the wood, and it also allows us to do auditing of the on the domestic market to know where this wood then the lumber are coming from. I'll move quickly to the area of improving the forest landscape, that is restoration and climate change. Apart from protecting the forest, part of the work we do is to add on to the existing forest estate. So we have the operating under the Ghana Forest Plantation Strategy. We've been able to develop about 690,000 hectares of forest. This is across the country. Some of the areas that we have planted are areas that have been degraded and new areas that have been released to us. Lately, we've been able to launch the Green Ghana initiative by the president, and that is also adding to what we are doing. As you are aware, we were able to exceed the 5 million target in 2021, the same for the 20 million in 2022, and we are hoping to meet the target for this year. We're also having other projects that is supposed to deal with how we review our programs, and this has been done by inaugurating a committee to look at the whole the plantation strategy. This was done last week. We are doing reclamation. There's been pilot reclamation that is already happening. As we speak, through the Ghana investment program, we are doing about almost 100 hectares and 1,500 hectares in total. Ghana Landscape Restoration Small-Scale Mining Project is also going to embark on 1,500 hectares of land. This is an example of some of the areas that we've started reclaiming under the National Alternate Employment Livelihood Program. The Ghana Cocoa Forest Red Plots Program, as we are aware, is also embarking on interventions that seeks to improve upon our forest landscape and also give some benefits to the local communities so that they can help them to improve upon their agroforestry production. We are working on this together with the Ghana Cocoa Board, and I'm happy to also mention the figure that was confirmed by the president as $4.8 million has already been received under this project. Total, if we are able to continue to improve upon the forest and it is validated, we have the chance to draw down on $50 million. The Ghana Share Landscape Reduction Project was also launched by the Vice President, and it also seeks to improve upon the share landscape in the Savannah zone. It covers the northern east, Savannah, upper east, and upper west area. We are working with the private sector to be able to achieve this goal. Moving forward, we hope we are working with Talu Oil to be able to get an intervention in the transitional zone. We hope to sign the payment agreement before the end of this year. Definitely, in terms of our strategy, we do sensitization, stakeholder engagement, continuous surveillance of the area, a lot of law enforcement, which I have indicated already, and then the reclamation and restoration of mine outsides. What are our challenges? Key among the challenges are the logistical support that we require. Then we need the security information, what to be able to know at a quick notice what is happening in the forest. That's to do with intelligence. Then adequate funding to deal with some of the issues we are having, to pay for seedlings and other issues. In the way forward, we want to intensify surveillance, engage the military to do surgical operations in the hotspot areas, source for additional funding under the carbon market support, and then do more collaboration with our chiefs and then local authorities. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister, Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission, where do I start from? This is one of the most insightful and comprehensive presentation I have ever heard on any specific sector. And I was particularly impressed about the fact that we didn't even have the mappings, the data, the satellite imagery or anything. And over the years, you mentioned that the deforestation happened over a century ago, and we didn't even have the data. So beyond what was happening in someone's community, everything else was based on speculation. But now you have given us a starting point. We have the data to compare to what's happening now, what will happen in the future, and see how best we can move forward. And finally, I was particularly impressed about the solutions. Although we have many problems within the forestry sector, but the depth and the beauty of this presentation was the fact that it was driven by solutions, not promises, but what has actually been done on the ground. And a few highlights of those are the Green Ghana initiative, and Minister mentioned that on June 9, we'll be planting 10 million additional trees. Our trees at the Ministry of Information here are growing. We are nurturing them. We also mentioned the Ghana Forest Plantation Strategy, the Youth in Plantation or Afforestation, Forest Investment Program, and the fact that you are training 974 frontline workers at Asuchari in weapon handling, and you have purchased about 1,000 pump action guns to deal with the small-scale mining sector. And one big takeaway from this presser is that small-scale mining is not allowed in the forest reserves. So if anybody is holding a hoe or a pickaxe and say they have permits, this presser should settle in your mind that they don't have the permission of the ministry or the commission to mine in the forest reserve. Also on timber, you mentioned some very interesting points about the fact that people may want to purchase timber, but if they don't know where the legal ones can be purchased, then they have to resort to the black market. But you mentioned the intention to establish lumber depots at Serhuyoso and also at Doma. Interestingly, you mentioned that even still on the small-scale mining, you currently have 13 rapid response teams, and you are trying to expand that to 30, so that all those who are doing illegal mining will be faced boot for boot. So thank you so much for that rich, insightful presentation, and I believe viewers at home will rally behind the Honorable Minister, yourself, the government in the fight to preserve our forests and also to increase our reserves. On that note, I will invite questions. If they are based on policy, Honorable Minister is here to take them. If there are some technical questions, the Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission is here to take them. For time, we will take about 2 sets. So please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask. You mention your name and affiliation and then proceed to ask. I can see 2 hands at the back. Armstrong, John. Okay, yes. Please, let's start. Okay, and then Hanan, and I can see another hand here as well.
Thank you very much, Minister. My name is Obed. I report for GH1 Television. Some few weeks ago, a report was in the media space from no mean person than Professor Frimpong Boateng. I want to get Minister's reaction from the reports. The fight against galamsey, if we are told high members of government are involved, then it's suggesting to us that it seems to be a cost-90 job. What is the assurance that indeed government is indeed fighting the galamsey menace? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, John. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Timothy Nimba, report for the Daily Graphic. In the presentation by the Forestry Commission CEO, he did mention that some 34 forest reserves are under threat by illegal miners. And this translates into some 4,722 hectares of land. And with the picture he painted, what it means is that some of them, the pits and other things are deep in those. And he thought, and from what I gather from him, the operators in these areas are heavily armed and other things. And the Forestry Commission feels helpless in the situation. I want to find out from the Minister what steps will be taken to address this situation, given what has been presented now. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
My name is Abdul Hanan Adam. I work with GH1 TV and Star FM. I want to find out from the Minister, about a year ago, there was this issue about the Achimota Forest and then the Oyo family. I want to find out from the Minister how, where we are with the issue, whether the issue has been resolved. And secondly, I want to find out from the Forestry Commission, if the Forestry Commission or the Ministry will answer.
Can you repeat the question?
The first question has to do with the issue involving the Oyo family. The Achimota Forest, yes, it's a saga. Come again? Oh, sorry, my Ghana is not good. And secondly, I want to find out from the Forestry Commission whether it was proper for you to procure 1,000 pump action machine guns, making, in reference to the presentation you made about the fact that these illegal miners are sophisticated with weapons that are out of your reach, and when you go into, arrest these perpetrators, you are unable to do so. So I want to find out what informed your decision to procure this pump action machine guns, knowing the fact very well that these machines will not be able to fight the illegal miners. Thank you.
Hanan. Okay, I saw 2 more hands, John and Armstrong. Or your questions have already been asked? Okay. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, Honorable Minister, just to...
Name and affiliation.
My name is Joseph Armstrong, Gold, Alibi TV3. Just want to ask, over the years, we started planting some trees nationwide. I want to find out how many of these trees so far have survived. And then also, when you were speaking, sir, you made mention about the fact that bushfire, also illegal logging, and activities of illegal mining have destroyed part of our forest reserves. I heard you mention that of the illegal mining, the name of forest, but that of bushfire, illegal logging, you didn't mention the extent of damage. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Mr. Atta, okay. Mr. Mensa.
Thank you. Atta Mensa from Ghana News Agency. Yeah, from Mr. Alote's presentation, I was happy when he said Ghana received $4.5 million from 8 Red Plus initiative. And if we do our things right, we can even get about $50 million. I want to find out how you are going to get that $50 million. Because if you can invest the $4.5 million that you receive from that carbon market, I think we can do something to improve on our effort to draw more from that money. So what effort are you putting in place to get that $50 million? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I will invite Honorable Minister and Mr. Alote back for their responses and maybe come back to you for follow-ups. Minister.
So thank you very much for those very useful questions, and it is a clear demonstration that, as it should be, a good number of us are very interested in these matters of our forest reserves. The questions are rich, in my view. I think Obed from Bloomberg, correct, wants to find out about my views on the Professor Frimpong Boateng report. First of all, I think it's important for us to situate that matter in its proper context. And it's absolutely important. This is the first time I'm having the opportunity to speak to this matter directly. I've made some comments. Last week, a question was posed. I made some general comments, but this is the time I'm getting an opportunity to speak to it specifically. In 2017, the president took the view that he will establish an interministerial committee on illegal mining. At the time, I was deputy chief of staff, and so I was very much involved, and I'm privy to the president's thinking and the steps he took. He established this interministerial committee on illegal mining, and the committee's mandate was to deal with matters of illegal mining in our country. As you know, there's a ministry which has a mandate, which is the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, to be responsible for dealing with illegal mining, as we are doing now. But in the wisdom of the president, and it's a wisdom that I applaud and I share, he wanted relevant ministers to come under one umbrella, given the complexity of illegal small-scale mining, and be able to deal with the issue of illegal small-scale mining. He did not appoint his Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to chair that committee, in the president's own wisdom and thinking. And I think that the motivation for it is one that is understandable, because somehow, if you have the minister who is involved in the thick of affairs, it's almost like a judge in his own court, sort of. So he appointed the then Minister for Environment, Science, Innovation and Technology, Professor Frimpong Boateng, to chair ICT. And therefore, from 2017 to 2021, Professor Frimpong Boateng was the man who was given the authority, the mandate, the remit to deal with illegal small-scale mining in Ghana. And it was specific, remember, it was exclusively to deal with illegal small-scale mining, not large-scale mining, not forestry, none of that, just illegal small-scale mining. The professor took a lot of steps, did a lot of work, back and forth. I'm sure we are all very privy to the history of the work of the NCM. What is my view of it? The jury is out there. The jury is out there. The Ghanaian people will have to make a judgment of the work Professor Frimpong Boateng and NCM did between 2017 and 2021. I am not the one to pass judgment. I'm not the one to say they did a good job, they didn't do a good job, they succeeded or they failed. I think it would be most unfair to Professor Frimpong Boateng, who somehow is my predecessor in the management of illegal small-scale mining. If I'm now here passing judgment on the work he did, I mean, that will be so undignified, and I will not do that. Of course, I should point out that there are things about the work of the NCM that I find valuable, and that I am working with my team to factor into the work we are doing today. there are things about the work that I may not adopt today for many reasons. Maybe even circumstances have changed or the terrain has changed and so on and so forth. But always remember, ladies and gentlemen, that Professor Frimpong Boateng's report covers 2017 to 2021. It's a report of his stewardship, of his work. It's not the report of my stewardship from 2021 to date. So, I mean, with the greatest, I've heard people make the point that Frimpong Boateng's report shows, we failed. Minister Jinapo has failed. Akufo-Addo has failed. He's not written a report about my stewardship. I think a time will come when the jury will be constituted to pass judgment on my own efforts. I hope, I pray to God that judgment will be favorable, but you can never tell. So that is that. I mean, that is my attitude. That is my attitude to that matter. But I will conclude, though, by saying one thing, that reports cannot be sacrosanct. So even the report that the Forestry Commission CEO has just presented, as impressive as it is to me, and it appears it is impressive to some of you, take it from me, an hour from now, you will find civil society pundits critique it, as it should be. They will challenge the report that he's given, the figures, the analysis, the measures, the outcomes, and so on and so on. And that is how a democracy should function. And so, a suggestion that Professor Frimpong Boateng's report is sacrosanct, is scripture, with the greatest of respect to the good old professor and to his report. I don't think that is how we have to look at it. It has to be interrogated, it has to be examined, and as I said, those parts of it we can take on board, we should. Those parts of it we should jettison, we should. But at the end of the day, what is important is that we remain focused and do the work of the good people of this country. That will be my response to the Frimpong Boateng report. The gentleman wanted to know about high members of government who are involved in illegal mining. I mean, the response to that is the same as the response that the president is giving over and over again. If we have evidence that anybody is involved in illegal mining, not just high-profile officials of government, whether it's chiefs or it's police security people or it's Forestry Commission officials or it's media people or it's ordinary citizens or it's Minister Jinapo, the full force of the law must be brought to bear on the people. So the most important thing is evidence. And I believe that the security agencies are very wide awake and picking intelligence. There have been one or two occasions where some people have been sanctioned because of their own conduct. I mean, one or two DCs have been removed, police people and military people, one or two people, have been brought to book in respect of allegations leveled against them. But the most important thing is that if we have the evidence and we have the basis for it, let us proceed against those people. We cannot win this fight if we begin to pick and choose and say because this person is a minister or that person is that, the person can be involved in illegalities and the person will be allowed to go scot-free. That will not work. The law must be blind to those kinds of considerations. And I think that it should be so for all other crimes. And that will be the response I'll give. Timothy, from Daily Graphic, 34 forest reserves, 4,000 hectares. I mean, are we helpless? No, Timothy, we are not. I mean, you saw from the presentation that the Forest Commission CEO is giving that measures are being put in place to be able to deal with the red spots. And the ministry got a commission to undertake that tedious, rigorous work of going into the forest reserves of our country, classifying the various infractions and determining which one of them are green, as he said, and green being what they are able to manage, which ones are yellow, and yellow being those that they are able to manage largely, and the red are those that they are having challenges with. And which is why Forestry Commission officials are being given some form of military training as Suchore. It's supposed to help them to be able to deal with those kinds of issues. The pump action guns is a national security injunction, which is that no force in Ghana can wield more sophisticated weapons than the Ghana Armed Forces. So the Forestry Commission cannot wield the weapons that the G3s and the AK-47s that the armed forces wield. Otherwise, if the Forestry Commission one day stands up and says they are taking over Ghana, what do we do? So at every material point in time, even the police, with the greatest of respect to the police, the armory that the police wield is one step lower than the armory that the Ghana Armed Forces wield, because the armed forces has the overall mandate to protect our territorial integrity and the stability of our country. And so that is why they buy pump actions. But I'm also happy to report to you that this matter is being dealt with. At the cabinet retreat at Peduasi, this particular issue was discussed extensively, and the president is directed the National Security Coordinating Committee. The National Security Coordinating Committee is distinct from the National Security Council. That is a committee chaired by the Minister for National Security, Honorable Kandapa, and populated by relevant ministers, of which I am a member. And this discussion has begun as to what support we have to give to the Forestry Commission to be able to deal with the red zones. Perhaps it may be, I don't know, the decision has not been made yet, but I'm just speculating. It may be that we'll have a contingent of armed forces, the Ghana Armed Forces, embedded with the Forestry Commission to deal with this particular red zone areas. That discussion is ongoing. It is my hope and belief that in a couple of weeks we'll conclude on that matter and we'll be able to deal with this particular matter. Yes, Hanan, GH1 wants to know about Owu family in Achimota Forest. Well, I'm not going to bore you with the history, but what I have to say to you is that following the public discourse about that particular matter, I constituted a team chaired by the Honorable Benito Usubio. They finished their work. They presented a report. I've examined the report, and I'm satisfied with the recommendations they've made. Suffice for me to point out that part of the recommendations will mean that we will have a certain buffer zone in the forest reserve, which will protect the core part of the forest reserve, and it will mean a reduction in the acreage that was supposed to be granted to the Owu family and so on and so forth. But we're going through the process. We're working with the presidency and Attorney General, and when it is all over, when it is all concluded, I don't want to prejudice the processes we are going through, we will definitely update the country accordingly. Procure Joseph Armstrong of TV3 is asking about survival rate. In 2021, the survival rate was 80% of the trees we planted, the 27 million trees, is that correct? 25? 26 million trees. The survival rate was 80%. 2022, the survival rate is 70% plus. And one may ask why the reduction in survival rate. It is because in 2021, we planted 5 million trees. But in 2022, we planted 26 million trees. And therefore, the share size or the share number, increase in numbers, will mean that managing and nurturing them becomes a bit more difficult than managing and nurturing 5 million trees, which is the reason for the very marginal reduction in survival rate. But I also have to point out that we have drastically reduced the number of trees we are going to plant this year to 10 million because we want to free up the resources of the Forestry Commission for them to focus a lot more on nurturing these trees to maturity. Finally, GH1 is talking about how to get the $15 million. Okay. GNA, sorry. GNA wants to know how we will get a $15 million from carbon market and all of that. As you know, the carbon market has become a very important platform or important instrument of raising funds. I mean, the whole very topical issue of climate change is meant that there is a component of the efforts that the global community is deploying to clamp down on climate change, which is carbon markets. And in simple terms, it simply means that countries like Ghana will plant a lot more trees, engage in afforestation, preserve them, and then get carbon credits. And if we get a carbon credit, we can then trade it off on the carbon market. I mean, there are companies in the developed, industrialized world who flare a lot of carbon dioxide, and they will pay us money to enable them flare the carbon dioxide so that it will offset the afforestation and the credit that we get here in Ghana. We are busy developing a policy on that, and we are vigorously working on that sector. There's a lady who is here, Madam Rosalind, who is in charge of the climate change department of the Forestry Commission, and they are working flat out, day and night, to make sure that we're able to tap a lot more out of that. A lot more funds, God willing, are going to come. As you know, we signed a letter of intent at in Glasgow on the Leaf Coalition that is on board, the FCLP, the Forest and Climate Leadership Partnership, that we are also pursuing, and hopefully we should be able to raise sufficient funding to continue with our policy of aggressive afforestation and reforestation. Thank you very much.
Okay, because of time, I wanted us to stop here, but I've still seen some hands, so I'll take only 2 follow-up questions. Okay, priority to those who have not asked any questions, so that we will take Minister's concluding remarks. So, Nana Poku, and I saw another hand at the back. Yes. Okay.
Right. My name is Bernard Atwo Arthur from United Television, UTV. Pacho mesrena makatwi kakra. Me pese me TV forestry boss no ho. Adwumayefo dodo ahe na oma tofom. And I'm say aperi e wo kwaye ni mu with enipa omukura weapons ni omo adwumaye no oma tofom like omoka baby over the years. Omumu ahe so na sustain. What level? We want to know the level or the degree of injury. And what kind of support are they getting from the employer?
Okay, thank you for the question. So the last question, Nana Poku.
Yeah, good morning, Honorable Minister. I want to find out from the Forestry Commission boss. Are you considering the cultivation of bamboo, since it has a very high commercial value? I learned China do very well. It has a lot of multiple uses. So is Ghana also going to consider the use or the planting of bamboo so that you can reap a lot from it? My second question, recently there was a news reportage that suppliers of seedlings to the Forestry Commission for the Green Ghana, they didn't get their money from the ministry. How far is it now? Are they going to pay? If they're going to pay, when? Because there was a lot of furore about it. Now, my last question: are we going to develop Ghana? Are we going to develop new species, new tree species? Because some of them are extinct now. I can mention some of them that when I was young, in the forest rules, I knew some of them, but most of them are extinct now. Is the CSIR and the Forestry Commission collaboration, as it were, to develop new species for the country to do the afforestation bit? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Okay, so we'll take Minister's responses and also his final comments.
So let me invite the CEO of Forestry Commission to very quickly respond to the issue of how many of your officials have died, how many have been injured, and what welfare system do you have in supporting them? Very briefly.
Yes, I would say that about 6 people were shot last year. In December last year alone, 2 people were shot. And then another person in Ashanti, 2 in Greater. So 6 people were shot last year. I can get you later all the information over the years, how many people have been shot, and then the situation as it pertains now. I also like to say that the HR, the Human Resource Department, has plans that we deal with, but all bills are taken over by the Commission, and we have plans to deal with some of the people who are engaged and they get into this situation, especially the people under the Wildlife Division who work in the night.
Yeah, then the second and final question, which is on bamboo cultivation, payment for seedlings, the new tree species. For some reason, mercifully for me, the people who supply the seedlings, they don't seem to come after me. They are always very interested in my deputy minister, Benito. It's good news. Even in the youth, even the personnel of youth in afforestation, when they come to the ministry, and I'm in my office up there on the 3rd floor, and then while they are down, the person they keep chanting at and it's Benito Cabre. So, Honorable Benito, better come here. They won't be happy hearing me. It's you they want to hear.
Thank you, Minister. And for the person who asked that question regarding, I'll start with the issue of the debts that we owe some of these seedling providers. Yes, we have admitted it. The Forestry Commission gave the contracts to them, and as such, they have compiled a list of how much they owe each and every individual one of them, and this comes from all across the various districts. Yes, this has been put in a document form. We vetted it, and it's been submitted to the Ministry of Finance for assistance and payment. Yes, so we have been seriously working on it. We are giving it all the necessary attention that it deserves. Yes. The next is on bamboo. Yes, bamboo is also in our strategy as well. As we speak, in the year 2021, about 100,000 bamboo was planted as part of the Green Ghana initiative. And then in 2022, we did around 150,000 bamboo seedlings. This year, we intend to ramp it up to around 300,000. We have also come up with a program, which is, I would say, is an initiative that came from the Queen Mothers Association in Ashanti region. And we are partnering them to help them to have bamboo plantations. It's part of our education and then sensitization drive to ensure that at least going forward, Ghanaians will see bamboo as a very important resource. You know, if you go to the forest districts, when they see bamboo on farms, they burn it because to them they see it as a nuisance. It's about time we let Ghanaians know of the 1,000 and over uses of bamboo. We have resourced our office in Accra here, that's the IMBA, the International Bamboo and Rattan Association office, which for West Africa is based in Ghana. That office has been resourced. It used to be in a child room, and we've moved it to Accra here so that we give it the necessary attention that it deserves. So we are working on bamboo as well. Thank you.
See, I was right in inviting him. Yes, so I think that's it, yeah? Yeah, that's it. So thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, and thank you very much, Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission. As I said in my introductory remarks, very soon we will appear before you again to make a presentation on the very vast national issue of Galamsey, and the nature of that presentation will not be different from what we've done for the forestry reserves of our country. We're going to be very candid, we're going to be very open, and we're going to lay out the issues before you. One of the key reasons why we do this is that we acknowledge that we are not a repository of all the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of these issues. And so as we've come here to present our strategy and plan through the media to the country, I know the discussion will begin, and through which we will be able, hopefully, to enrich our policy, enrich our strategy for the good of our country. I want to conclude by reiterating the commitment of President Akufo-Addo. The President's commitment is sincere, is honest, and indeed is grounded on late thought-out policies to preserve the natural resources of our country. And as you've seen from the presentation, in all humility and modesty, a lot is being done, a lot is being achieved. The Chief Executive Officer of Forestry Commission, his directors, his deputies, and officials of the Forestry Commission have done a yeoman and woman's job for our country. And I think that they deserve commendation. And we want to assure the country that we will continue in that direction. On this, our two-pronged approach: protect and preserve the existing forests of our country, and then engage in aggressive afforestation and reforestation. So keep what you have and add on. It is the only way Ghana will become a forest country in this country. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission, our Chief Director, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this morning and this afternoon. And once again, on behalf of the Minister for Information, Honorable Kujo Nkrumah, I would like to thank you for making time, and especially to Honorable Minister for the consistency in giving information so that we can enrich national discourse. So thank you so much for making time today. Once again, I would like to thank GTV, UTV, Adum TV, and Joy News for covering this press briefing. Thank you.
Ahead of the NCA's announcement of a code for citizens of Ghana to be able to check whether or not their Ghana cards had been used in multiple registration of SIM cards, there had been complaints by a number of persons that they had suspicions of this activity, or this illegality, as I should call it. So on the 27th of April this year, the NCA actually released a code, *402*1, which will allow citizens to be able to check whether or not their Ghana cards had been used in other registrations which they were unaware of. My name is Echi Atiso, and in this demonstration video, we'll be doing a real-time check of how effective or how active this *402*1 system is. So come along, let's try it out. So as you can see, this is my phone. I'm just going to key in the code from the National Communications Authority, *402*1#. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so it says kindly input your Ghana card personal ID number without the hyphens. So I have my details. I'm just going to input that without the hyphens, and then I reply. It says enter date of birth. Okay, and then there is also the year as well. Also reply. Okay, the system just stopped. I guess I might just have to try this again. So we're going to go through the same process. *402*1#. I send that. Okay, it sends me an error. Your request could not be processed. Please try again later. E150. We're just going to try the process once again all together to see if this works. Again, *402*1#. There again, kindly input your details, your Ghana card details. I'm just going to do that without the hyphens, which is very important. Reply, date of birth. Okay. We're still at that point where the process delays. I'm still waiting to see whether I get feedback. And this is real time, so you can actually tell how long between when you issue the command and when you get a reply. So it's been close to nearly 30 seconds now. And again, that's a response from the system. It says your request could not be processed. Please try again later. E150. So it appears this is not working. I'm just going to try another phone. So this is my Android. I just want to try and see if it works here. *402*1#. Let's see how this goes. This says yellow, kindly select an option. Okay, so there's an option here. It says option 1 is check SIMs and option 2 is cancel. So I'm going for option 1, check SIMs. Now this says enter your Ghana card details. So I'm just going to pick those details from here real quick. And take note that you need to enter these details without the hyphens. So then again, this one also tells me connection problem or invalid code. I want to believe perhaps I delayed a little, so I'm just going to go through it again. *402*1# and see if this works real quick. So option 1, which is check SIMs. Now I enter my Ghana card details. Okay, now as for date of birth, I'm just doing that as well. So this says, sorry, the date of birth provided does not match with the registered details. Kindly check and enter the correct information. That's interesting. I just want to get this again. So we're going to go one last try. I hope this time I don't have to go back again. *402*1#. Let's see how this goes. Option 1, which is check SIMs. Enter my details, date of birth, yellow, your request has been received successfully. Your registered phone numbers will be shared via SMS. Okay, so this actually went through. And I actually just received a text message. Let's see about that. Text message from 402, and it shows me here that my phone number, which is my MTN, has only one registration, and then my Vodafone number actually has been registered with 2 numbers. There is a 020 number, which is not my Vodafone number, and that's interesting. So that's been the process. It took me less than a minute to actually get through the system when I actually did. But as you saw throughout the video, there were several attempts. I tried first on my iPhone, and then that didn't work. Then I tried my Android, which eventually went through, I think after the third try or so. But it's interesting to learn that my two numbers, one is an MTN, one is a Vodafone line. The MTN had only my MTN line registered to it, which was okay. Then my Vodafone actually has two numbers, one which is one of my numbers, which is my Vodafone number actually, and then a strange number, which I am unaware of. I don't know whose number that is because I've never seen that number before. It's quite interesting, and you could also try. What happened with my iPhone, I don't know, perhaps any other person could try. You could try and you get through. I'm unable to tell now whether it's a challenge with the kind of phone I'm using or not. Now the way forward is what happens. We've been able to check. I, for instance, have only one number that has my Ghana card registered to it on the Vodafone. What's going to happen is Vodafone Ghana going to delete these contacts off my Ghana card. Otherwise, how do we go forward from here? It's a question that begs answers, and we're hoping that the right people would see this and give us some answers. So that has been it. My name is Eche Atisu. This has been our demonstration of how to use the NCA's *402*1# system to check whether or not your Ghana card has been registered on other people's numbers without your knowledge.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now, Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and US. I accepted instant charges. Bien. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. With this send this Gakofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Nobody can take it away from Dan God that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
In 2021, when I met him on set during Dance God Lloyd's interview, I interacted with him as his manager. Today, he no longer bears that title, and we are here to talk about issues pertaining to their splits and other matters arising. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. We'll be back after this break. Don't go away. Welcome back from that quick break. Joining us on the show today is Quabbles. He is the former manager for Dance God Lloyd. Quabbles, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Why are you laughing so much?
The way you introduced me as the former manager of Dance God.
Oh, aren't you the former? Or,
yes, I am.
Yeah, I'm guessing you never thought a time will come where they
I'll
would have to
like
address you as a former manager.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think that a time would come like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll delve into that aspect, but I want to ask about a bit about the academy and how it's running.
Okay.
A lot of people are actually thinking that now that Dance God Lloyd, who is assumed as the poster boy for the academy, is no longer there, there's going to be a huge difference. Is that the case?
No, not at all. So the academy is structured, and I mean, there's a lot of misconception out there. A lot of people think that it's just Dance God that started the academy, or the academy is for Dance God, but it was actually started by 3 people. It was Dance God, myself, and then Afrobeast. So we are 3. So we are 3 co-founders. So it's not what people think. Some people think, I thought he's the owner, I thought he founded this, but it was the 3 of us, and the structure is such that, like, if even the 3 of us who are the co-founders are not there, it's still supposed to run, because everybody has a role to play. There are people that work, under us, so if I'm not there, if Dance God is not there, if Afrobeast is not there, the academy is still going to run. It's like a structured company,
So I want to understand something. 3 of you co-founded
DWP Academy.
the group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, what monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair idea.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we started this together, so nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person. As to how we split, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how come? How was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed
Dance God more?
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dance God. He's the one I started managing, because he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, so that was my full-time job, you know. But when my friend, you know, told me about this, I decided to take, you know, that path, you know. And then he came to me someday and said,
So wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job
yeah,
to
so at a point,
focus full time on dance?
At a point, I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, you know, work to go for meetings. You know, it was difficult trying to, like, you know, do both. You know, so I had to, like, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, after school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go. You know, I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Like, imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, you know. So those are some of the sacrifices that I made. Like, not like doing 8 to 5, which is more like of a secure job, where you know that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to, like, you know, like dance at that time where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Like, everything we did back then was for free, you know. So it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out, and then deciding to take that career path, you know.
But how well was he doing when you met him?
When I met Dasgod, he had 1,000 followers on Instagram. Now he has 1.5 million. You know, when I met him, he had 1,000. I had more than 100,000. So, and you see, aside what I was doing, like, I was a model, I was into advertising, I was doing commercials, you know. So now with, like, all of the people that I knew in advertising and the brands that I knew, I wasn't talking about myself anymore. Like, if they wanted to use me, I'll say, no, this is my talent now, use this person, you know. So it was like he was now starting. You know, at the point I met him, he was now starting, you know, like, social media. You know, so I was literally managing his social media because, like, I had, like, you know, the expertise with that. So if anybody was talking to him in the DMs, on the comments, it was me talking. So I was talking as Dance God.
Okay, so I want to get something right here. 3 of you were co-founders, you, Afrobeast, and Dance God.
Yeah.
So how come you doubled as his manager?
Okay, so because I was his manager before, and then he brought on his friend, which is Afrobeast. He said he has a friend from Ashiaman who is also talented. So I decided to manage the 2 of them. And after managing them for like 3 years, we were like, we cannot dance forever. Like, you guys cannot dance forever. Like, whatever we're doing, which is like getting recognition around the world, we need to make sure that, like, it lives forever. So we need to groom, like, the next generation, you know. So that's how the 3 of us decided to, like, you know, set up the academy.
Okay, so to what extent, or what level of investment, or what's the highest level of investment that you've actually pumped into Dance God Lloyd, that when all these things happened, it struck you and you felt like, I've actually done a vain job?
No, I don't think I've done a vain job, because, like, I believe that, like, you know, when they happened, I was like, maybe, like, I had done what I had to do, you know. Maybe it was just time to move on, you know. And he has changed, like, he's inspired a lot of people. Like, I feel like indirectly he also, like, you know, comes back to me, because maybe if I didn't take that career path, all of the people that he's inspired wouldn't have been inspired, you know. So I don't think that my time was wasted in any way.
Okay.
You know,
so
what the investment that I think that, like, I made, that I feel like he didn't really consider it's my time. You know, my time, and, like, I literally sacrificed my own career because I had it. Like, he knows that at the time, like, I was working with a lot of brands at that time, you know. But now I'm like, no, it shouldn't be about me. I want to be backstage so that you take, you know, the forefront.
Okay. When the issue happened, there were rumors out there, of course, typical of celebrities.
Yeah.
Those massage the issues and act like there's nothing happening, but definitely it will come out, and then we'll all get to hear, and then the issues started dropping one by one. You, on the other hand, was silent for a long time until you decided to vent one day. And that was where, like, we realized that yes, there was something happening. Now I want you, I'm going to keep quiet, and I want you to give us a rundown of how things started, how things got messy, and how things actually escalated in the camp, especially between you and Dance God.
Okay, so like things actually didn't escalate in the camp because I don't know. I think that the academy guys actually like really matured because they didn't go out to say anything. They were very calm. They kept on doing what they had to do. Like things didn't change. If you paid attention to like the members and our social media, things didn't change. The work still had to be done. That's my like policy. Like no matter what, the work has to be done. Even if you have a misunderstanding with somebody, the work still has to be done. Like how did things even start? It's very funny. I think that I was hearing rumors that he had a new manager and and he went on TikTok live to say certain things. I don't remember what he said. I think he said something like some people are ungrateful and he said a couple of things and the social media and everybody was beginning to think that because he didn't perform at that event. There was an event that he didn't perform, the one we did with Asha. People were beginning to think that because he didn't perform at that event, that's why we have a misunderstanding. But it was so many things that led to that. We didn't stop him from performing on that stage. Like he wasn't available. I think he traveled to Nigeria at the time we were rehearsing, but he knew that we had a performance, but he decided to travel to Nigeria like without informing anybody, and I think he came a day before the performance. But you see, those people that did that event, like they're very structured. They already know that, okay, 20 people are going to be on stage. This is what we are going to do. We cannot last minute like make changes. Who are we going to take? Because we've been rehearsing for weeks. Who are we going to take out? Or are we going to, like, it's going to change arrangements of everything, So I literally asked like one of the people that were in charge of like the stage and everything that we want to make changes to and they said it's too late. So it wasn't our fault that he didn't perform, but social media, like people were just making a lot of assumptions that we decided not to, let him perform, and he started the academy, and what do you people mean, and so many things. I really don't remember how everything unfolded, but this is where we are now.
But did you have an altercation with him? Did you both talk?
Did we? After everything? I don't remember.
You people never spoke?
Before the event or
during everything, like when the misunderstanding started unfolding, you people didn't try to talk things out?
I think there was one time we did. That's what I'm saying. It was so many that led to that. There was one time that we did, but I think he was not ready to listen to, anybody, So if you're not ready to listen, then.
So would you say that there was also some external forces that were influencing him?
Maybe the new manager or.
Who is the new manager?
I don't know the person.
You don't know him?
Yes, I know the person by face, but I don't know the name.
Is he popular?
No. Yes, so there's a new manager, and I was surprised though, because that person that's the new manager, I've taken him to a meeting for a brand, and I saw that person in that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I think that I believe that he has his reasons for doing what he did, but another part of me feels like it was kind of selfish because, like, considering like every other person, the academy members and everything, like, no matter what it is, it can be resolved. I don't know what it could be, because if you ask him, truth be told, he cannot tell you why. He cannot tell you why he decided to leave, or he cannot tell you why he acted the way he acted. He cannot pinpoint what it is.
Would you say that he used the Asha rumors
to be the reason
as a bait to actually?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I think that the truth is that I think that he already had everything planned as to how he wanted to do things. So maybe the way things turned out, then he could make him. I think he wanted to be alone. I think he wanted to run things himself. Maybe he didn't want to be under management.
Okay, let's take a quick breather here. When we return, we'll actually delve more into the issue. This is Talk Assignment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are still on the discussion surrounding the DWP Academy and their managers and whatever thing that ensued between the managers and the camp. We are discussing with quabbles here. So before we went on break, we're talking about how things, how events unfolded and led to the split. So right now, would you at any point, or would you ever want to know the main or the exact reason behind Dance God Lloyd's decision to actually be solo?
To be honest, I really want to know. Like, he literally cannot give, because I've asked him before, he wasn't able to give me a reason. You know, he cannot give anybody a reason why. You know, so I really want him to let me know why. What could be the reason why you take such a stand? Because we're building something big, you know, like we're changing lives. Most of the people in the academy have like very interesting stories. Like right now, they're able to take care of their families. Like they have like a career that they make a living from. You know, people know them around the world. People are inspired by them, you know. So we're building something great. And then for your selfish reasons, I don't know, but I find it because no matter how I feel about Afrobeats or Lloyd, I will not let it extend to the academy because that's a different thing altogether, you know, because it's actually like our lives are tied to a lot of other people. So imagine what happened between Dance God and I also decided, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. What happens, you know?
How does his decision affect the camp?
The camp actually, like, you know, okay, I think it's been a while, so I'm not even remembering certain things. You see, I went on Twitter at a point to go and talk. I didn't want to ever talk about this, but the reason that, you know, I did that was because I heard, like, there were so many things that I heard, you know, and so many things I saw, like he trying to, like, get some of the members to turn against me, you know, or he even, like, planning to start a new academy, you know, things like that. And I'm like, how can you even think like that? Or how can you even, like, say things like that? You know, it didn't sit well with me, you know. But the good thing is that we told, like, our members, like, know that, like, even though this is what's going on online, the work still has to go on, and we have to stay together, you know. Even with my tweet, I said, like, regardless of everything, nobody can take it away from Dan God that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
So at that point, when things were going south, did any of your members try to actually follow him, or does any of your members have or owe allegiance to him to some extent?
I think they some of them kind of did, but some of them kind of, like, wanted to take his side, but the truth is that they are wise. Like, they know that, like, we're stronger together. You know, would you rather, like, be on your own or follow one person, or, like, stay with the whole group? You know, so everybody decided to stay together.
So Dance God Lloyd still remains the co-founder. What does it mean? Does it mean that going forward, every show or every project that you people hop on, he still has to be given his share of money, or what does it mean?
Yes, he's still entitled to his shares.
So now that you people are not really in communication, how do you intend to do that?
We're still looking at how we're going to resolve that.
So he has not reached out to you, his lawyers, nobody has reached
so
out?
we're working on that. we're really working on that. And I mean, I just hope that things turn out right, you know, or like, and everybody is happy, you know. Yeah.
Okay, let's move away a bit from there and go to the Asha Global Citizen Concert. Would you say that it's actually the biggest?
You know what, like, you see how people see our brand. Like, we've been doing a lot of big things for years. Like, we did Beyonce. Beyonce is literally like one of the biggest artists in the world. You know, we did Beyonce. We've been on BBC, we've been on CNN, we've been on Shade Room. You know, Ciara posted us, PDD posted us. You know, so like big names or big like people have, like, you know, spoken about us, or we've been on big platforms. You know, so Asha is definitely one of the biggest because like he's a big artist and he's also a dancer. You know, so the dancers see him as, you know,
an idol.
Yes, as an idol. You know, so that's definitely one of the biggest. Another one I know my dancers are like really looking forward to is Chris Brown. You know,
I was gonna mention that.
Yeah, so if they do Chris Brown, then
that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
So are you
if Michael
like,
Jackson was alive, then
right? I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but are you trying to put some structures in place to make sure that that happens, like the Chris Brown thing?
So you see, our way of working is that we work on ourselves to the point where, like, if the opportunity comes, you will use no other. Like, so we keep building on our brand. Like, the DWP that you knew last year is not the same DWP that you're going to see this year. Like, we're going to work on, like, our costuming, like, branding and everything. If Chris Brown wants to work with a team from Africa, he will definitely get to know that this is the best team that he should work with. So that's how we, because we don't have Chris Brown's contact. How is he going to work with us?
Chris Brown nowadays is all over, especially in Nigeria. You know, he's doing a lot of features here.
And then somebody should connect us.
But so with networking and connect, how do you people, because you have people in the industry, when you want to like do those things, you fall on?
God is our biggest connect. But funny, like everything just like falls in place. Like, we do what we have to do. Like, with, you know, we're always preparing for the opportunity. Like, we don't wait for the opportunity before we start working towards it. Like, we prepare ourselves. If there's a chance to go and perform at a concert or a competition in the US, we're ready. You know, that's how we move.
So I heard something during the Asha concert. I heard that they actually contacted you guys.
Yes, they did.
And that's also the case with Beyonce.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, with Asha, they reach out to Afrobeast. And with Beyonce, they reach out to Dance God.
Then you guys are big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that God is our biggest connect. We prepare and then to come.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when such messages hit your DM, how is the react? How do you react to it?
Sometimes it's like we're surprised sometimes, but at the same time, we know and we feel like, yes, we are the best to actually do the job, you know. Like, for instance, Asha was it was interesting, but to be honest, after we did a performance and we were like, no.
I saw you.
Yeah.
I saw the team.
Yeah.
I saw you in particular.
Asha followed us. He followed us to our tent.
Yes,
yeah.
like
he didn't want to leave.
Champagne.
Yes, he didn't want to leave our tent. Like, he was in our tent before, after the performance, he came back into our tent. Like, he's a global artist. Usually, like, trust me, I'm not even going to lie. The Ghanaian artists will not do that. You are performing with them, you finish, but you don't even find the artist. The bodyguards will escort the artist out and then they will leave you somewhere. He followed us to our tent after, you know, the performance, and some people were speaking to his accent. What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of that? You know, like, it was, I don't know, I can't explain how that felt, but it was amazing.
But did that ended? Are you both still in touch?
Yeah, he even said that this is not going to be the last. Yeah, so maybe if Asha is doing some show somewhere, he's probably going to reach out to us because our style is different from what he's used to. You know, like even with like he's a great dancer, but our steps are different. You know, so he was actually like amazed. You know, Afrobeats actually choreographed the whole performance. Yes, Afrobeats actually choreographed the
Speaking
whole
of
performance.
Afrobeats, why is he not really putting himself out there like that?
Okay, so you see, you asked me a question about why does it look like Dance God is the face?
Yes.
That's because you see, two people cannot like drive a ship. You know, the plan was that it was like a tree. We put more attention on Dance God, and then it's going to transcend down. You know, so if Dance God is going up, it's going to affect every other person that he's associated with. We couldn't just push. Even with the academy members, it's not everybody that blows up all of a sudden. There's a point that you realize that Afunita is shining. There's a point Endurance is shining. There's a point Official Starter is shining. Like everybody has their time, you know. So Afrobeats time, like I mean, he's had his time, and his time is still gonna come. Like it's just that like there are two different types of people. Like he's not like so outgoing, you know. But trust me, like I feel like he's the best choreographer I've met. He and Dance God are two different types of people. He's more of a choreographer. Dance God is more of a performer.
So you actually took the. You just did damage control. I was going to ask you that. Are you trying to say that he's not better?
I'm not saying he's better. He's not better. One is a great performer.
Okay.
One is a great choreographer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that both of them made a
Together,
good team.
Yes, they are.
So that is also one side that has affected the team, right?
Yeah. You know, the good thing is that we've been together for a long time, and the team has also really learned from them, you know, because we have classes every Wednesdays and Saturdays, and for some time now, Dance God has not been teaching, Afrobeats has not been teaching. It's the younger ones that have been teaching, and people come for the class. A lot of people travel around the world and come here to take our class. Recently, we went to Dubai. So many people attended the classes. It wasn't Dance God or Afrobeats. It was Endurance, Afronita, but people were coming because they know they are equally good. You know?
So you're training people.
They've been trained, they've been trained very well.
Oh, okay.
So now they can do,
yeah,
you know, certain things that like they used to do. Dance God, Afrobeats used to do.
Okay, so
I'm not saying they are as good as them,
yeah,
but they can, you know, do their work to some extent.
I see. So I'm going to ask you a question. Be very honest with me. I don't want any corny replies like how you celebrities do. What's your, with all the stages that you've mounted so far, which stage actually gave you your biggest paycheck? Or which project gave you your biggest paycheck?
Beyonce. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, it's Beyonce.
How much are we talking? No. Give me a range.
No, I can't do that.
Why?
No, I can't do that. It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce. Come on, it's Beyonce. Like
okay, give me a range.
Yeah, it's Beyonce. Like if I say it's Beyonce, you have to understand that.
Yeah, I know it's Beyonce, but
that's Jay-Z's wife.
I know it's Jay-Z's wife, but don't do that. Okay, give me a range.
No, I can't.
So is it in hundred thousands of dollars? No, you're not mentioning the figure, but is it hundred thousands of dollars? Or okay, 100,000 to 1 million.
Hey.
Couples.
What if it's more than that?
More than $1 million.
What if it's more than that?
So it could be.
It could be. It's Beyonce.
Hey! Who this guy won't carry me?
Mankashi.
Yo, must say. And the Asha one, like, was it equally okay?
Yes, very good. It's Asha.
And they just said, now you people, your, how do you call it? Your prices have shot up. Oh.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know about other people, but anybody that works with us knows that, like we give you value for whatever you pay for. Like, we've made songs, global songs, you know. Like, I can mention Overdose. One of the reasons why Overdose is a very big song is because we created that choreography.
Don Jazzy's Overdose.
Yeah, we created that choreography.
Yeah.
You know, it's created by us, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Down Flat. That song blew up because of the dance. You know, Balance It. That song, you know. So we've made and whatever the artist is going to make back is millions, you know.
So did they reach out to you, like did John Jazzy big you
Yes,
up?
yes.
Or
We were paid for everything that we do.
they paid?
Everything that we do, we are paid for it.
Hey! Oh, from here I'm going to join you for my own share. Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
Wow. So now
And it's not like we have everything that we need. Though.
Don't do damage
no, it's true.
control.
No, I'm being honest with you. It's not like we have everything that we need. Like, we don't have a space of our own. You know.
You're
like,
still with Pulse, like
yes, we are at Pulse. Yeah, Pulse gives us their space to use. We've been moving from studio to studio. We used to be at One Airport Square. We moved to Jolu. Now we're at East Legon. You know, so like, what our dream and our goal is to like have our own space.
So what's stopping you? You're not getting an appropriate.
Yeah, we need a place. We need a place, and we need support.
Huh? With your millions of dollars, you still need support.
We really need support. Like millions of dollars.
Yes.
Who said millions of dollars?
Yes.
Where's the millions
I
of
know
dollars?
you are worth more than millions of dollars.
We are worth more than that, but we don't have that. We are really worth more than that. Like sometimes we actually consider like, because like if we want to charge people what we are worth, they will think that they will say the price is outrageous, you know. So like we actually consider like looking at like the economy and like how things are going, and then we're like, okay, if this is what you have, we're going to work around it, you know. We do that for a lot of we promote certain songs for free because we want to support like the culture.
Okay, so would you say, let's come back to this whole Dance God Lloyd thing. If today, if Dance God Lloyd decides to come back and says that, oh, like, let's forget about everything, I want to still be a part of you guys, I want to make comments and all, would you accept him back?
It's not about me accepting him. Nobody has taken his place. Nobody has taken his place. He decided to leave. So it is he that has to come back.
If he comes back, are you going to put in certain structures that will ensure that he doesn't come back anyhow? Like, how are you going to do it? Definitely you accept him, but once bitten, twice shy, right? It's going to come with conditions.
So if he comes back, he's not coming back. I'm not managing him when he comes back. But I mean, he's coming back as a, you know,
a shareholder.
Yes, of the academy, you know. Yes.
Okay. So what project are you currently working on?
This year? This year we want to travel around the world, you know, and we want to like promote more Ghanaian music. Like sometimes we get comments where people say that, why you always dancing to Nigerian music? It's not that. Like if we are being paid, you know, to do it, we shouldn't do it.
Like Ghanaian artists, people pay so that they'll promote your songs.
So yeah, we want to promote more Ghanaian music. We want to work on a dance movie this year, and then we want to travel around the world and like, you know, teach people our culture and, you know, our style of dance. You know, so that's like those are the things, like kind of things that we want to do this year.
So last question, has your encounter with Dance God Lloyd actually stopped you from actually considering managing anybody in the future? Would you have a second thought?
You know what they always, I don't know why everybody said this. Everybody actually said this in the beginning, that why are you quitting your job to do this? And talents will always disappoint you. Everybody says that. But I don't know why I kind of felt or thought that like it's going to be a different, you know, but it happened. What everybody said actually happened, you know, but it doesn't mean that like because of that I'm not going to manage anybody again. It's like a relationship. If a boy disappoints you or you know, it's bad to you, it doesn't mean that the next guy is going to be, maybe the next guy might be bad, but it doesn't mean that you give up on, you know, love, right? Yeah, so, I mean, if I meet somebody that's talented that I feel like I can connect with, I'll definitely manage the person.
Your last words?
My name is Quavos, co-founder of GhanaWeb Academy and manager of GhanaWeb Academy. Keep supporting us, keep, you know, sharing our stuff, and we're never going to disappoint you.
Social media.
My social media is Quavos on every platform, QUABLES.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Quavos. It was a pleasure
much,
having you on the show. And all too soon, we are we've come to an end of today's edition of Talk Assignment. I hope you enjoyed every little bit of it. We hope to come your way another time. Till then, be good. We're out.
The Ministry of Communication and Digitization, together with the NIA, are trying to fight identity theft over the years. Presently, the NIA came out with a short code for people to verify if they are the only ones who have their numbers linked to their Ghana card, or probably their Ghana card have other numbers underneath them. We are here at the Pentecost University to find out from students and lecturers if they have similar challenge, and if they've tried it, what are their response to it.
The Ghana Identification Authority, with their attempt of issuing those Ghana cards, there should be some kind of credibility and, I don't know, clarity, because surprisingly, how do people have access to people Ghana card and use it anyhow? Because I think there should have been some kind of prompt that you should receive. Like now, my Ghana card, I have my contact on it. Immediately they use it to register anything, I should receive a notification that my Ghana card has been registered with blah, 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 blah. So immediately I receive that notification and I know I've not enrolled on any activation. Then immediately there should be a number that we could prompt the NIA authority. Then we'll work on it. So his approach on the Ghana card is good, but I think there should have been some kind of measures.
Oh, actually, when I tried, it was intact. Everything was fine.
How many numbers?
Okay, I registered 2 numbers, and it was that 2 numbers that was on. Oh, I think it's a nice initiative by the government and the NIA to decrease the crime rates in the country, which is going to help, because recent years you see people using people's identity numbers to do fraud, which was not helping, and many innocent people have faced these problems and they are in jail right now. It didn't help. So I think that move will go a long way to help. Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of the code.
Have you tried it?
Yes, I've tried the code.
Was your number linked to other numbers?
No, it was linked to just my 2 numbers. So far, there's not been any activities, suspicious or fishy activities going on. I've noticed that even if once you sit in the comfort of your home to check if your Ghana card is linked to other people, you would have to go to the authorities and then go and work on all of that. Why don't they also make a way where you can sit in the comfort of your home and report the issue to NIA? So I feel that although they brought this short code, they can also bring about other strategies that can help you prevent, like, so that when you find out that your Ghana card has been linked to other numbers, you can sit in the comfort of your home and work on it.
First, I saw the flyers going around about it. Yes, I tried, but the system was down. It kept on telling me to try again later. But I think it's a good initiative because I've seen certain stories going around that people have more than 3 or 4 SIM cards linked to their Ghana card, but they don't own those SIM cards. And it could affect people. People could do stuff, could scam others using their names and stuff, so it's not really a good thing. So it's a laudable idea by the NIA.
Yes, I've heard of the code, but I haven't tried it. But I heard the code is for Ghana card users, or those who have Ghana card, to ascertain whether their Ghana card numbers have been registered with other SIM cards. Yeah, I think it's a good move in the sense that, a lot of cyber crimes are ongoing, so this initiative would actually help to fight the cyber crimes to some extent, such that if I'm the only one using my SIM, then I know that if there's anything that's wrong, then I'm liable. But then if for whatever reason, my Ghana card has been registered with several other SIM cards, and then something happens. It could be that one of those users actually commits a crime or something with their SIM cards, and then when it is traced, it comes to me because my Ghana card was registered with someone else's SIM card, which wouldn't be a good thing. So I think in that sense, it's a great idea.
Yes. But I didn't do it personally. Someone did it for me.
Did you find out if your number was linked to any other?
No, it wasn't. For the initiative of the Vice President, that's the digitization, in this advanced technological era, it's a very, very, very good initiative.
Not yet, but on the process. Okay, I think it's a good idea for the government to do such thing in Ghana. It is proved that it's not everywhere in Africa you get this thing, probably in Ghana. So it's a good policy the Vice President brought on board to help us save our information and data. So if I should have done that, I should have known the number of SIM cards I've used my Ghana card to register, and it will help me to save my data and then not sharing my data to any person outside.
The *402*1#. Yes, I have. So my card is not linked to any other number, but it happens that my card is not even linked to my number. So I'm having challenges trying to find that out. I don't know why my card is not linked to my number when I have actually registered it. In the right direction, it's a good move. We actually need information centralized somewhere where we don't have to go forming queues every day. This card here, we have to form a queue for voting, we have to form a queue for health, we have to form a queue for everything. Once they have our data, we know that it's making our lives easier. The only thing is we are not sure what they are using our data for.
We've interviewed students from the Pentecost University, and so far many are yet to verify if their Ghana card is linked to their SIM cards. Reporting for GhanaWeb, my name is William Na.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine beer one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing and so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Government has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is impotent to build. It's on record.
The issue of rent is a very hot topic for a lot of Ghanaians, particularly those who live in the big cities of Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and the likes. It's the reason why today we're having a conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and also the National Tenants Union of Ghana to see how these two entities work together to solve the perennial problems of rent in the country. My name is Daniel Ojo. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I think Happy New Year is in order.
Exactly.
Happy New Year.
Yes,
I think we should first introduce ourselves to let the audience know who you are and what you do. So okay. I'll start from you.
So my name is Emmanuel Kosu.
Okay.
I'm the head of PR for the Rent Control Department, right, and also the spokesperson for the National Rental Assistance Scheme.
Oh, yeah. Great.
I'm also Frederick Opoku.
Right.
Secretary General of the National Tenant Union of Ghana, representing more than 18 million Ghanaians.
Right. Mr. Poku, you're going to be critical in the National Rent Assistance Scheme, which was launched. Many people feel that this is a scheme that is going to be for party foot soldiers and the likes. Do you think that the ordinary Ghanaian on the street genuinely has a chance of benefiting from this scheme?
The reason why we are very much happy that this time our government is the private sector,
yeah,
and involving the National Tenant Union of Ghana to be fully involved to also monitor, evaluate, and comment is enough for us to believe that nothing is going to be hidden at all. The day that they were launching this at the full play of the Vice President, I was very categorical that Mr. Vice President, Madam Chief of Staff, we know people don't trust whatever government brings.
Yeah.
And that we fear that everything must be transparent, credible, so that people will have trust in the system and the scheme.
Right.
And we were given assurance, even when the Vice President had the speech. And in fact, from then, we realized that they meant business.
Okay.
And this time around, we don't foresee it be like others, or the usual.
Okay.
And that we've been working with the rent masters as well. And so far, so good. Just that people might have one or two reservations about certain conditions, which they have sat us down and explained. And we begin to resonate with them to some extent, because sometimes government brings an initiative. You don't all the time bastardize it. At least you look at the good of it and see how it must be successful, so that we don't use the trivial issues to just bastardize and just call it off. Because it's an opportunity that might not come at a lifetime. Because how many years? Ghana, so many years, government does not even able to build. So if today government comes and says, like, I have this scheme that will enable the tenant suffering over the years, paying 3 years, 4 years, what have you, that I'm going to pay for you to pay monthly, whether you are informal or with the public or wherever, just to prove that indeed you have what it takes to pay every month, you are there.
Okay.
So it cuts across. It's not only the private sector. Whatever work you do, can you prove that if you are given the opportunity, you'll be able to pay? And going to the extent of them demanding Momo statement, it's enough this thing to believe that they mean business. Okay. If they had not brought that, then I would have had a whole issue to talk about.
All right. So we'll delve into the nitty-gritties of how this National Rental Assistance Scheme is going to work. And if you just tune in, we're having a conversation about rent in Ghana. And you know it's a very burning topic because of the insufficient building or housing situation in Ghana, where a lot of Ghanaians who want to find a decent place of abode would have to pay upfront 1 year, 2 years, and more to be able to afford a decent place to sleep. We also have in the studio the PRO of the Rent Control Department of Ghana, Mr. Kosu. You heard Frederick describe your outfit as a toothless outfit. Yeah. I'm sure you didn't feel good about that, but that's to a large extent the sentiment of a lot of Ghanaians, because they feel your outfit is not doing as much as it could do. How do you answer to his description of the place that you work?
No, that is his opinion.
Okay.
Despite the fact that we are lacking some logistical items to perform our duties to the extreme, I don't want to take his opinion away. Okay, that is his opinion. So I want to leave it there.
Okay, but fundamentally, what is the role of the rent control of Ghana fundamentally?
Okay, so we get our mandate from the Rent Act 1963. That's the Act 220, and specifically under Section 5, that's laid down the functions of the Rent Control Department. The first on the list is the conduction of an assessment. Assessment is where we come and see how your building is, how your premises is, what materials have you used in constructing your premises, and then even the value of land on which you've built your premises. The rate that you pay, including the property rate and any other rate that you pay, we factor them all in, and then the determination of the rent per month is determined. So we give you an assessment certificate. If there's a tenant already in the premises, we give a copy to the tenant as well, so that he will know how much he's supposed to pay after a month notice has been given to him.
So you are supposed to determine how much people are supposed to pay for their rent. I've been renting for God knows how long. I haven't received any.
Yeah, so that is the sensitization program. You as a tenant has right to apply for this assessment. Likewise, the landlord. Okay, so because we are ignorant of this in the Act, we just quote to, let me use this local, quote to the landlord's rent.
Isn't it clearly an issue of demand and supply? If there is more demand and there is less supply, the person who has the goods or the product is at an advantage and says, this is how much I'm charging for it. If you don't want, you can leave.
Yeah, we understand the housing deficit is currently 1.8 million. Okay, and secondly, it's also a function of under the rent control to have what we call vacant premise register. A register of vacant premises in the country. But before the landlord moves out from his house, somebody is already standing there, demanding there. So he cannot even get to the rent control department to register this. So these are it's basically because of the housing deficit that we are facing in the country.
So this thing that you say you are mandated to do you actually do it? Like, are there houses where you have gone to where your department really is the one that has set out how much this ordinary Ghanaians are supposed to pay for rent?
Yes, you know, it's a newly built premises, and then premises that we are having disputes. So we do this assessment mostly for buildings that there are disputes on, because the landlord
dispute between tenant
and landlord. Okay, because the landlord is demanding so much from the tenant. So the tenant, if he does not understand, because he knows this provision in the Act, comes to assess it so that a realistic determination can be made. That's how much there. So we get most of these applications for houses that are under dispute.
But if I fight with my landlord, I'm not going to have peace in the house, you know. If I go and if you like report my landlord to rent control, and rent control says that instead of the 1,000 cedis that my landlord is charging, I should pay 800 cedis. And the landlord said, okay, I'm not renting the house again. It's my house. My son is coming from Abuchi.
Yeah.
He will come and stay in the room. So I'm not renting it again.
Okay. So there's this right of tenant that we are not exploring. If you report a landlord for such an issue, the landlord has no right to evict you or come out with any excuse that my son or I want to renovate the place. Until your tenancy expires, the law says that if you don't contravene any of the provision in the act, the landlord has no right to evict you. So this cannot be a basis on which a landlord can stand on eviction. Of course, I understand after your tenancy, he can tell you that, no, I don't want to renew for you again. But within your tenancy, the landlord cannot say that, I want to refund your money for you because you're going to report me on this assessment issue, so I'm evicting you. You have the right to stay there for the period of the tenancy that you've signed. And after that, the landlord, both of you have right to renew it or to vacate the place, or the landlord also has right to renew it for you or just give you an eviction notice. So these are the issues we are facing.
It appears that on paper you have very nice laws, your job is really cut out and everything, but what are really the challenges that is not making you carry out your function?
Okay. Yeah, so you see we are in a technological age now, and there is this agenda of digitalizing the rent control department. It's on course because we've gotten a framework from the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization together with the Kofi Annan Technological Center, as well as NITA, the National Information Technology Authority or Agency. So a framework has been concluded. Now it has been passed on onto an implementator. He's also taken 1 or 2. He has done the the national assessment. So very soon that agenda will come. And that will cure our computer and accessories issue. Okay, because we currently, most of our offices, there are no computers. We are still on the manual.
In 2023?
Yeah, manual way of doing things. And so this is going to cure that perfectly. But the issue with cars, your producer will attest to it. We lack cars to move us around because it's part of our functions to do this what we call assessment and then inspections. So that when you come and then there's a dispute as to how the premises is, how deteriorating the premises is, an official from the rent control needs to follow you to go and ascertain physically what is going on. But because of lack of vehicles, we are not able to do that purely 100% as we do. Sometimes we have to depend on the client to follow them to, because even the budget...
That's very sad, you know.
No.
Do you think that politicians have not, I mean, I'm not talking about this government from independence, have not taken the rent control department and the work and the function that they do as seriously as they should?
No, I can agree with you, but for the past 3 years when we started coming out, you see that the government interest has come onto the department. That's how come this National Rental Assistance Scheme came to effect, and then this digitization issue I'm talking about is also in place. The assessment is ongoing. So very soon the system or the department will be digitalized. But the issue about vehicle is still pending because we've complained to our vice president.
How many vehicles do you have?
We have 4 in the entire country.
4?
Yeah, out of the 58 offices that we have nationwide. Okay,
4 vehicles. What's the condition?
Oh, they are perfectly. The registration number is 2020. So they are imperfect.
But you don't have any IGF or anything?
No, we all the money we generate goes to the government. Okay, we don't have IGF. But we give our budget every year to the government through the Ministry of Works and Housing. And then we get what is allocated. But those things are not enough.
I think the media has a responsibility to push for governments to pay more attention to the rent control department, because they play a very critical role in solving this ongoing, unending situation of rent in the country. We'll go for our first break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and also the National Tenant Union of Ghana. I bet you may have not heard it before, but today we get the lowdown on all of the activities on this special edition of The Lowdown. We're back after this break. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back to The Lowdown. We're having a conversation about rent in the country. And I know if you're an average Ghanaian, rent is an important subject to you. For a lot of Ghanaians, the chunk of their salaries goes into rent and then feeding. It looks like we are working for landlords in this country. You work and you have to pay 2 years of rent. Frederick, you heard Mr. Kposu speaking about the logistical challenges and all of that. How do you work together with the rent control to ensure that tenants in the country get the best out of this mess that appears to be on the horizon?
Very well, thank you once again. I have said a number of that time that our government past and gone. I don't know how to describe them because housing is a very important commodity or aspect of our life. And we believe that the government should have done better.
Yeah.
Imagine what Mr. Kposu rightly putting out today, that they have 4 vehicles, the whole Ghana. Is the government serious at all? We have serious government. Because you see, let me be very frank, I always use Abraham Maslow's theory of needs to make this assessment. And they have all read, all of them, ministers, DCs, haven't they learned basic about Maslow's theory? That shelter, food, clothing, very basic. Can you imagine if we have a serious government? If you have heard about Segleme, for example, what has become of Segleme? Languishing in bush for 8 years, and you see or hear government giving reasons that somebody have spent money, and their inability to incarcerate or to prosecute them, jail them, dangling about the issue, much ado about nothing, is what these governments are doing. I don't blame Akufo-Addo's government. I'm blaming government come and gone, that they don't take housing serious at all. Look, rent control, in fact, I know Mr. Kposu, whenever I meet him, he's a public servant and he's serving his masters. And Mr. Kposu would always say something to please his masters. If not, he loses his job. And you should understand him at a point, because certain things that cannot be justified need not to be justified. And I understand him. Can you imagine that in this modern world we have a whole department government cannot build? Government has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is impotent to build. It's on record. Their actions and everything that they do says that we cannot build, because they are not serious about what we have to put into building. So let us rule it out. Now, you look at an agency established about 60 years ago. 1963 minus 2023. How many years? 60 years ago. They don't have independence. Government doesn't want to improve it. It was this Akufo-Addo's government that is talking about we want to digitize. Should we take how many government if they were serious? And I always advise Ghanaians that we should not allow politics to blindfold us. These are policymakers. I don't sit here to do politics, but I am trying to actually advise and bring the attention of Ghanaians to bear that we must desist from this MPP NDC saga. Whether you are an NPP person and your government is not doing what is right, you should be able to stand enough to condemn your government. If you are an NDC, it comes to housing, nobody will pay your rent for you. You need to secure loans from the bank, pay unpardonable interest. That can even lead you to incarceration. What happens of it? So we have a government, don't have for housing there. It's not part of the agenda. But you hear and see this government with their manifesto. In fact, I have sent a signal. This year, this election we are going, it's about no house, no vote.
Oh, so that's the slogan.
No house, no votes. We don't want any bridges. We don't need a free education. No. If you even juxtapose housing and education, where does education comes in? If I don't have a place to sleep, where does education comes in? This is a priority in misguided. They don't even know that. Let us build. Ask yourself, how come that this housing issue has risen to this point? In 1980s, we have this structural adjustment program, SAP, where the Beatties Wood institutions just have to instruct our government, don't build. Don't do it. Allow them to struggle. Give it to private sector. Don't build. And this is where we have become. And we have lazy governments, irrational governments in this country, come and go. I'm not making inference to any particular government. But those which have come, let's take the Fourth Republic. Under the 1922 Constitution. All the government come and gone have disappointed Ghanaians big time. And they should bow themselves in shame that this time they don't get it easy at all. I always say that if you pick 9 out of 10 Ghanaians, active population, they are tenants. So we are talking about 18 million Ghanaians who are renting and suffering. How many people bring government to power? 6 point something. 3 multiplied by that are suffering. Why don't we use our numbers and attempt to punish them? We don't need to.
So you expect housing to be a very big conversation ahead of the next.
After food, health, okay? And whatever, food. How much budget are they giving to the housing ministry? Let's ask President Akufo-Addo.
Should we not admit that governments are really incompetent in building houses, and so we need to empower, if you like the rent masters that you talk about and co, to invest in housing?
Government has a responsibility first, build. At least you will support the building. Government has a lot of land banks sitting down years. Nothing is being done on that land. They won't give it to the private sector. Do you know that if you go to Grader, ask Grader people, the Ghana Real Estate Development Association, you ask them what are the factors that will lead to high cost in building, land, litigations, and what have you. Government need to partner, do the PPP, give you them land, service the land. That takes about 55% of the cost. Then 45% is borne by the private sector. Then the housing becomes cheap. Government has the legal instrument to negotiate with our chiefs, the stools, and negotiate for more lands for the private sector. The government is not just ready for housing, but we must speak, sorry for this word, sense into their minds. It's like they seem to have gone to all kind of having their masters from the top to down.
Maybe they have houses to sleep in, so they don't care about us.
They are not rational. They are heartless. They are cruel. They are heartless. If you bring heartless people to govern your country, that's why you see they ride in cars, in big cars, air conditioning 24 hours. They don't care about you. When it comes to elections, just come and lie, give 50 Ghana cedis. You wear MPP and NDC, trumpeting vuvuzelas, making unnecessary noise, and you are suffering. This is the kind of heartless government we have, and we are going to vote them out and ensure that the right things are done. In fact, the tenant union of Ghana, leading 18 million Ghanaians, will now be a hallmark where elections will be held. In fact, we are going to create a platform, the Housing Manifesto. Come and tell us what you can do. And I will rather even get vehicle, go the whole Ghana, be campaigning against a sitting government if they don't make critical commitment to housing. It's not just manifesto promise. Real promises that you must live to expectation. And the housing is the topic of this year's elections. They should forget about bridges and education and whatever. We are fed up. They must build so that we don't give the leverage or the loopholes for landlord travels on those things. In fact, there's a demand and supply issue. More demand, less supply. Definitely, government is not building. You set up a rent control, and Mr. Kosu is even sitting here that we have to come and assess. Have you built for you to assess? Now, have they built? You do not want to do anything to remedy the situation. Then you say that the government, the law gives us the opportunity to come and assess, and even the government itself, which the law is under, what has it done? You become lazy approach of solving problems, and you really want to talk about you want to solve.
Mr. Poku, do we really have a housing deficit in that magnitude? Because many have said that there are a lot of idle homes sitting around cantonments.
Let me answer you. Don't continue. The private sector, the grader. In fact, we don't have shortage of housing. It's a palpable lie. The houses are there. Economically, we cannot afford. In fact, just move, take your vehicle and your distance and go and look at the vacant houses over there.
Yes, there are lots.
Now, even government talk about affordable housing. Government affordable housing, one single bedroom is 99,990 million.
How many Ghanaians can afford it?
They're so affordable. government, 2-bedroom standard goes for 182,000
cedis or dollars.
1.82 billion Ghana cedis. 3 standard bedroom, three rooms, about 330,000 Ghana cedis, 3.3 billion. We are talking about here. This is a government come and gone, and it's not only Akufo-Addo's government. Mohammed's government said it, and they should all understand he's making a comeback. Those who are there, we are going to ask them and query them for their negligence of responsibility, not to house their own citizenry. If you are a government and you fail to find where your people to sleep, then you are more or less, quote unquote, useless government that you need to not to even seek for re-elections or what have you. But I know they will listen to us. I want to keep my fire. You advocate, but I can tell you the rental assistance scheme that has been brought for tenant union, and the way I've heard and I'm following, is good.
Okay.
It's come to reduce some pressures on us because government is not building. So if government really want to support, whereby they give you at least every month pay, then you don't now think about how much I have to pay within a period of time. It also enables you to save.
Yeah.
So in case of paying 3 years, you must secure 30,000 Ghana cedis, right?
Yes.
But you rather do maybe 1,500 a month. That money can be invested. Are you okay? Your government has prepaid for you, and you don't have any problem with it at all.
Okay.
With this project, with this, if they themselves do not come in to politicize it,
yes,
then it is very, very good. But we have the confidence now that it has been given to a private sector. I have met the man about 1 or 2 times, the rent masters.
Yeah.
And the guy, the way the modalities put in place, in fact, it is very difficult for government to even be involved and to influence what he's doing over there.
Okay.
But I pray it remains like that and we can go to places.
Okay. Mr. Bosu, so what are some of the most frequent issues your department deals with?
Okay. No, before I answer that, there are some 4 comments I want to make. The first is that rent masters is not into building.
Yes.
They are really strictly in renting.
Okay.
Second issue is that the issue about involving private sector in the housing deficit reduction. Before even that, we can't discount or dispute the statistical report from the Ghana Statistical Service that there is 1.8 billion housing deficit in the country. Okay. Unless we have any document that can dispute that. So the housing deficit is there. So the issue about involving the government, involving private sector, we are reviewing the Rent Act, which is before Parliament now. Cabinet has given it approval. And in that document, we are trying to encourage the private sector. That's why we are increasing the rent advance demand to 1 year. So that we
so it's moving from 6 months,
6 months to 1 year. So that we can encourage them to invest more. Because if you want to restrict yourself to monthly rent payment, or to the maximum of 6 months. Though, you see, housing is a long-term investment.
It is.
But if you want to restrict yourself monthly for the rent payment, how are they going to reinvest into the system? And then also, there are land banks, as Mr. Opoku mentioned. Government has opened its arm through the Ministry of Works and Housing now. If you are an investor, a private investor, and you want to involve yourself in this housing industry, you can come and sit down with the Minister of Works and Housing or the Chief Director. A part of the land bank, and just as Mr. Opoku mentioned, it will reduce we have estimated about 40% reduction of the housing, so that you can build with your own resources. The land banks will be given to you, utility will be provided, so that all these things will be taken off the cost. And then after building, you slash the thing down between 40 and 50%, as you mentioned. So these are the comments I want to make. The frequent, most involving situation and issues that we get in our offices from the beginning of the year and later part of last year, a lot of landlords are bringing tenants who cannot pay their rent.
Seriously?
Seriously.
So the landlords are bringing the tenant?
Exactly.
But usually they will just kick them and evict them and throw their things
there
out.
are laws. So you see, with the sensitization is catching up. Because if you don't know your right to stand on it, people will just be using you. So now that they know that they cannot forcefully eject any tenant when the person contradicts the law, they are bringing them to us so that we can aid. Because the law says that you cannot owe landlord a month's rent. After a month, the landlord has right to visit the rent control. You cannot go to the police that somebody is owing me. You have to go and arrest the person. This is not criminal offense.
Yeah.
So you have to pass through the rent control department. Well, we have to do some small investigation. See, you cannot cause nuisance and annoyance. All these provisions are there. But you cannot, based on that, forcefully eject a tenant from. You cannot pick a gun that you are smoking weed in my house, so just pack your thing. You need to come to the rent control department for us to do that. So the most frequent issues that are coming is because of the economic situation.
Wow.
People cannot pay their rent.
Wow.
So we thank God for this.
So what do you tell the landlords? Because yes, people are having their monies locked up. Sometimes they have the money, but if it's locked up in some financial institution or whatever, it becomes very difficult. So what do you tell the landlords?
The law cannot see that your money is being locked or your air is being cut.
Yes.
You see, so the law says that you cannot owe the person more than a month's rent. Okay. If you are owing the person and you discuss with the person and the person understands, it can give you some grace period. But without that, the person has to follow the due process. Report you, we do the investigation, and then we aid the eviction with the power of the rent magistrate.
Okay.
Okay. So these are the frequent issues that are coming to our.
Anyway, it seems the conversation is getting interesting, but we are running out of time. So I'll give you the final words, Mr. Poku. What will be your final words as far as this conversation is concerned?
What we are saying is that tenants in this country should have trust in the new scheme.
Okay.
That it's not a killer at all. Now that the tenant union is involved, they have opened their doors, we are involved. Trust me, we will advocate on it much more and ensure that fairness, equity is the game here.
Okay.
So I can assure them that definitely nobody apply. Just visit the sites, apply, and we use our eye microscopically to follow
to monitor. Mr. Kwasu, your final words.
Yes, so my final word, if you have to give me time, let me just mention that since the launch of the manifesto in 2000, the Minister of Works and Housing, the minister himself, has put in so much effort before the launch on the 31st of January. And then let me briefly ask Ghanaians or tell Ghanaians that everybody qualifies.
Okay.
The eligibility criteria you need to follow is that you have to be a Ghanaian above 18 years. You need to hold a Ghana card. You need to provide bank statement or Momo statement.
Okay.
Or you need to provide a 3 months pay slip. These are being required to make sure that you get money into your account. And then what you have to do as a tenant, you have to go around, look for the apartment you will be convenient for you. It's not the scheme who will choose the apartment for you. You have to conveniently go and choose the place. And then make sure that the rent that you are going to pay will not exceed 30% of your income.
Salary. Okay.
Okay, because that is the international standard that your rent should not exceed 30%. If you are satisfied with that, you come and log on to the www.nras.gov.ga, nras.gov.ga. You go there, you apply, you provide all the requirements. If it's checked out or you are approved, before then, within 5 to 10 days, you'll be given signal as to whether you qualify or not. If there are some impedance, they will tell you that go and correct it, go and correct it. Then you submit those things. We will follow you, that is, the scheme will follow you to go and look at the apartment. Due diligence, because somebody can post as a landlord. We want to make sure that it's not a caretaker who is going to rent the place for you, so that the money will be paid directly to the landlord. And then we come and sit down with the prospective tenant, schedule how much you have to pay per month. If you default within a month, just as I said, the law says you should not owe landlord a month's rent. If you default, we'll just kick you out, okay, through the legal means, and then replace you with another person, or we tell the landlord to refund the rest of the money, so that we'll put it in the coffers, and then we can extend the assistance to other person. So this is basically what you do. But you can get all information on the website, that is www.nras.gov.ga, or you can WhatsApp to this number or call this number. Any other information you want to get, that is 055-134-1515, 055-134-1515. You can go there or send a WhatsApp, make an inquiry. Answers will be provided to you.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. It's been a very enlightening and revealing conversation as far as rent is concerned, and I'm sure it will be very beneficial to all of you who are watching from everywhere across the globe. This is the Loader on GhanaWeb TV. I've been here with the Secretary General of the National Tenants Union of Ghana, Mr. Frederick Opoku, and then also the PRO of the Rent Control Department, Mr. Emmanuel Posu, who have been my guest on today's edition of The Lowdown. We're back same time next week with another edition. We are planning to have a conversation with the Minister of Works and Housing, and then we'll delve into what government's commitment is as far as housing is concerned. Because like Mr. Poku said, there's a lack of commitment from government, past and current, in terms of building a lot more to solve the critical needs of Ghanaians. My name is Daniel Ojo. Until next time, it's bye for now.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Me poga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian, take the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Bien, exchange rate in Suye. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Original ni free muna no yes or the remix ne ba mana abetoa so and amfa nti sa come ni one original she has done a lot of work for free muntem. Oh no, it's true. Sugar cane and winnie on the night me roll me one mana come boxer shot to kwanam dey.
If you're still watching eForum on GhanaWeb TV, my name is Abrantepa. Last time I said I make no. Almost me dini mood. To me boy me bo me di amin country. A friend benefit benefit boabin Abrantepa. So let's talk about the expectations in terms of who is winning what. Yenim say the board, the academy, and then the public are the ones to decide on who to win. And so whatever we say now, it will not change anything. But
wait, I don't know. So can
academy
for VGMA. No.
Oh, okay.
Voting.
This
year, Am
I?
Hopefully, that Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, right. But regardless, your expectations, no. Na academy member. Me say me academy member.
Academy to academy.
Yeah, started first. You're gospel artist of the year. So gospel artist of the year, no, your PCS star, Joe Metal, Perez Music, Dinah Hamilton, Celestine Donko, Enna Emoji Music.
Okay, you see, United Haiti is looking like PCS star and a father. But me no, me nyankanka, a bit shocking kakra.
I don't know, shocking Perez. Who Philippe? Only Perez no media general.
No.
Perez a few.
Oh, long time.
Oh, I see.
So, I'm saying this because PCA, I know the kind of way I know because of the language he used. Let's not beat around the bush. Unfortunately for Perez, in kind of way an elective gun, and yet the normal gun, and I'm quite obvious to me. Untia, if it's only Western born use, untia. So let's accept that the fact that Bako edge over the other because of language. And America said, on paper it's looking like he's a mefa and it's normal. But in Naya, big surprise, sharp.
Why in Yauma? Obeka said it wasn't fair. So Joe Metal, Perez Music, PCS star, Dinah Hamilton, Celestine Donko, Emoji Music. Because there are instances that we have announced winners and like, this one.
I think.
What was that question?
The question about the is a very tricky question, and I'll tell you why. Say your last at Tiana. The room is say, oh, when did I go there? I feel beyond Ocean. I feel beyond Ocean.
And then
but I think Obia or Shobia Elizabeth was so and I go so once you've been nominated, there's a chance for you to win.
Yeah.
It is just that a better permutations and plus 1 minus 2 and they are determined so way ahead of into no to say all day in India PC any Paris no and I think they are front runners.
I see.
For now.
Yeah. Is it that obvious for you too? Nanani and Vida?
To be honest, Vida Kasawiye.
Is it obvious?
I think so. Well, I love Perez.
Okay.
I love Perez and PSC no relatable. Obia timinya na ho struggle story kakra won nyum nim no. But everyone more PSC on born 77 nyum phone down. Minim de ntia wa yemi yi ni kwa picture ase enu kwa na nyum awaye on born nyum phone down na nyum bia e kama. But Perez, I like the guy's energy and kind of the way we see promoting him, the way people love it, and you're easy with Ghana songs. We can track it, and I was showing the performances. He knows the stuff. What's my say? And I think it's between the two of them.
Okay, Nana.
Straight up, a Kwama PCS.
PCS star. Okay.
You ain't here Kwama PCS star and say a Ghana Music Awards, not Accra Music Awards.
They are hitting.
Perez in your language. Perez in your no come chrome do my incra. Obia. Okotechima obia dim. Entampo obia dim. Kumasi ya Accra bono asante for we bring mu. Okay. Eti efe edwumo a. Obo sa blugu kra. Obi betimi.
I say bisa kid brother.
No, you see what makes a song popular? Say the word is
Most popular gospel song, and I said artist. No, some gospel popularity here based on say people can relate to your song and relate to you.
Your audience, but I also want you to understand that one because she is the most.
Sahana me patche inti senka Perez to Odia nka neye ka inke bebo Perez di.
And you also
language barrier no so. That means say they are elite.
No, but the videos on your subtitle.
Oh yeah.
And no credit necessary.
No, but everyone will be able to love Nigerian, maybe Igbo and you know, but then Otia won't say was so.
Okay. Do you know why? How many times Anna Perez Afaka so could be a promoting you? Kind of let's be honest. But PSC watching Ghana, you know. Don't forget the PSC and Casadia tell of Fiera. You couldn't cacra on. Intino, how am I a promotion? Now I say or born your public and anyone said this particular song because this particular time no. Omo decided say they'll put money into her craft. Into a year promotion here. Into PSC all the way.
PSC all the way. Best new artist, last mid. DJ. Oh, nade. Me movie. Malcolm Luna. J-Bad. Hey, J-Bad, you're in a film. Rabna. DJ Azonto. And a chief one.
I think it's between last mid name Malcolm Luna. Let's not underestimate Malcolm.
Okay.
Efforts are why on say let's not underestimate it. Me yeah, me showing progress. Maybe you're free, maybe I'll be drew some stages our mountain. But then last week no, because of and you know Friday night then go for phone don't start ringing, you know, so you know, ringing won't go for
Bas.
Once you're like over to me and then you're not related.
I feel bad for Azonto.
Yeah, me too.
Because maybe I don't them clean no ya Fananto, which is a popular song of the year. But so best amongst the new artists. Nah, man. And Shatta House is smart. So watch most of them will promote videos. I'm the Azonto nyom na to. I say yeah patao. What am I say? I say patao, but I feel bad for him though. I feel bad, but I think say it's between Last Minute and Malcolm Luna.
No, you no disagree.
Oh, no, to me, I feel like Last Minute will quite advantage ahead of Malcolm. Oshe, and both of them, nyom strength na. I said Baku ko ini mention the other so, but it's good if you co-race now. You have two forces and 3 forces or omonia eco-play. A man in the so that what's your crana? I feel now obeti winner now. Tension can because
it's not obvious. Say winner.
2019 reggae dancer artist of the year when. Camera no omodia
the two no bambo
stone so
omodia two
Shatta so
tension na what dem
I was there sad and pebe bi gina
It so if the two of them, yeah, I think
also the entrance here too.
No emergency exits.
No.
Okay, quickly. Nana man found it. Sorry.
Last minute, them say, straight up. You see, but you can't check the reason. I would say. Marco ya uboni di.
Malcolm Luna.
Any omo last minute, at least he was on this guy's song, Amrado, and the song was good.
Yeah.
And then he did last minute, no so no. Ewa man for one. Ningina count. Omo kengina they equally deserve, but last minute extended a chance because our nyomwa ewa system no more, and he himself, you know. Is known to the people. Ushia ni sisi abe unso nini. But dodo na wo mo ushia mo kwa
uhuomo.
Let's be honest.
Omunyomo no any edina nyini sin omo. Ayesa assemble first give me blow. The song was so huge that we didn't know the face behind it. Okay. Vodafone most popular song of the year. Kamido Sugarcane Remix. Sarkodie Countryside featuring Black Sherif. Black Sherif Koku the Traveler. Last Mate Friday Night. Kelvin Boy Down Flat. Jackie Something. When you say Survivor, Kiddy, Blessed, featuring Movado, Stone Boy Therapy, YMEA by PSC F-Star. Weakest amongst them.
The weakest.
My two question is weakest amongst them.
I like the question.
Weakest.
Yes.
Wendy Shea.
Wendy Shea. Okay.
Looks like.
Wendy is the weakest link. Okay.
The weakest survivor,
wait.
no.
I'm a survivor.
Hey.
Okay,
say Obi Echenadi.
You know.
Okay.
Category.
I think Kiddy, bless the Crampo. I would have preferred champagne than
me the weakest leader mefa bless no mum.
Okay. Enti topmost Juana.
So they have to
down flat pan.
I think this category is very.
I can explain why. What I'll mention is winning. Let me explain why I feel say Kamido is winning here.
Okay.
Kamido nyomono. Eba yacho. Ye bwa. Ye eba ye kran sana a friend is a countryside neighbor. But time I bought countryside in a sunny was crab.
Yeah.
A friend is a sugar cane.
The longevity is very high.
Because easy say Ghana has said any cane. Most of our songs are disposable songs. Uti in 1 month and now they should be them. But where the
Uti in then so cry.
You should cap and I said a question fridge. You drink and you and one
didn't do bad at
all.
But
I'm not done. I'm not done.
No, I'm just adding to your point because you establish the fact that you're nominating Sugarcane remix.
Yeah, it's the remix. But no can say original no any boy so you demand remix na babe. So now
two separate.
No, because we more like a build up to we say. So now now if you listen to the radio stations anywhere you find yourself, they don't play the original again. It's the remix.
Exactly.
So what he's saying is and you know sometimes and Kofo release when we are just about getting to the VGMA the time on nominations and 3 months and I hit it. But we say no, even if you are looking at remix, focusing on the remix.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you agree, sir?
No, what I want to know is if it's a one for original version of remix, so it has done
exceptionally well.
Exactly. So,
and you more remix, yeah, were you also? Yeah,
Kim Promise
also. Nigeria, and this song me too quite in no. And you man me tipa a Ghanaian song pie Sugarcane. At a point when they before say a Nigerian song.
I didn't be I didn't hear Papa
verse, no, and a trendy sing verse. Yeah, 16 rounds.
Yeah. It's actually my favorite verse.
You know,
my favorite verse.
So, and no, a tone.
Yeah.
I get it. So that explains it. But people fell in love more with Kamido when our rendition, live rendition, on what's the studio put of course, like Glitz.
Yeah.
And he sang everybody's verse. And it sounds so soothing. Say, and you make the verse in Amman.
He did another one. He went for a certain radio interview.
It was beautiful.
Yeah. Kamido is very.
He's very talented.
I don't think a very smooth win for Kamido.
Because it's tough.
A 3-horse race.
Okay.
Kamido, Eshim, Black Oshim, Calvin Boy,
Traveler.
Countryside.
Yes, countryside.
I won't even mention countryside.
Calvin Boy into Sugarcane.
No, bro.
Down flat.
No.
Down flat.
You can't.
Oh, no.
You can't compare. See.
Challenge and it was say Charlie down flat. It just it didn't have
down flat. No, or your remix plan. Remix no cran kokra.
Oh,
no, your remix.
No,
original no. Tie original ni free mu na no yes or the remix ne ba mana abetoa so and amfa into that me one original
version had done a lot of work for itself.
If free mu ntem.
Oh no,
it's true.
I disagree. No.
Down flat free mu ntem.
No.
When was the last time you heard down flat on radio?
It is still playing on radio.
Oh no.
Romeo.
Okay, let's bet on this one. Me say it's the straight win for
and I also want you to understand that it wouldn't be straight because a very 3-horse race.
It's again on the battle so.
Phone.
Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be easy for whoever is going to.
Exactly.
Because I'm just looking at.
Weakest link new frame.
No, it's in a first the weakest
is out. When the share is out.
Stonebwoy
is out.
Okay.
Jackie is out.
Something is out.
Last minute out.
Yeah,
last minute is out.
Hey,
out.
What is
Friday night. Jackie is something.
Sugarcane and Winnie. Me boxer short even at Sugarcane and Winnie on the night. Me roll me one man come boxer short to Kwanam.
Oh, when you say a baby now because say me can Let's talk. Cry for my baby. Oh,
most popular
actually, there can be the way the three of you have not thrown the light on PCS because who weakest link. She can cause an upset.
I agree. But
the churches.
No. As we speak, PSC attention ni how or doing artists of the year magic.
And I went to there's a trend. So Kenya Artist of the Year that night or Sweepy Awards. There's a trend. It is a artist sweeping or most popular because Obia too.
I'll be back.
Yes.
PSA we need gospel artist of the year, gospel song of the year.
Yes, mind you, measure all the others now for some winning based on trends. But we were for more. How many
nominations in Akamido?
There's
a trend into one.
You are right. But I'm saying, many would see him.
Is Kamido
in
the artist of the year category?
Kamido is in artist of the year category. So artist of the year.
Because Kamido to be artist of the year,
the manager George Britain say Blacko is his only competition. Do you agree? So artist of the year is Black Sheriff, Stonebwoy, Sarkodie, Ken.
The weekend.
Artist of the year. Black Sheriff, Stonebwoy, Sarkodie, Ken Promise, Kamido, Kiddy, PSA Esther, Joe Metal.
Good. Okay. Let me tell you the reason why. If PSA is going to lose this award, one, Joe Metal.
The last time, okay.
One of the reasons PSA might lose or will lose this award, one, Joe Metal.
Why?
Okay. Because I have noticed something in this space. Anytime I gospel for they prefer to go in one person.
Okay.
Check said, PSA nominees. How many of her fellow gospel artists are posting and no because of what I'm openly?
A divided
Joe might not want this award now.
Okay.
But besides Joe it will have phone and post so
and also
do you know what it means?
No, the moment I Joe should be sad.
Pentecost for J Adeni show.
No, PSA they obey Joe.
Christian fraternity no.
Make sure say there are some people who are naturally Joe Metal like.
And then the point is
so once the Joe woman they will be forced to go and vote for Joe. Imagine those votes going to PSA.
Joe Winia. Joe, they all can Joe Winia.
Artist of the year.
Joe Winia.
I'm not saying
Joe Winia. Many number of both forms are.
I'm not saying Joe Winia. I'm saying one of the reasons PSA might. Oh, listen to me. I'm saying one of the reasons PSA might or will. Might
and will
or will lose that category.
Joe has been in categories whereby gospel artists were there and they won. And also,
I don't think Joe.
On your threat,
Kelebe Kanasia.
On your threat.
Previously, Nipa Bakono. There was a joint force.
Exactly.
Obia
Dina
time, even Joe Metal's time. So now, Omuye 2. It will take some sort of boldness to say,
me copy
we side.
Don't forget.
And he's talking about
say, I go on watch it too. Omo we tree, and omo we English. It imagine so omo we English. Don't you think
I also forget the 200 also same bro.
Oh, what I say. But you say
let's take Joe Metal out of the conversation.
Okay.
No, like say or no support PSA. What's it? No, the two gospel musicians, PSA and our number. And I'm saying, let's take Joe Metal out of the conversation, out of the artist of the year. Do you think, say, if Joe Metal was not there, and PSA had a chance?
If Joe Metal knew her, another reason that will make PSA will or might lose the thing is that 10% on what's free. We saw board no. Check it.
Yeah.
2 years ago, before Dinah won, we say 3 weeks to the event, it was looking Kiddy. Kiddy was the one in the lead, and everybody knows it. How Dinah managed to change the face of the awards 3 weeks to the event. So all the industry players, because they'll tell you how the agenda was done. The church played a role. Her godfathers played several roles, and the TOM boys also played their role.
Table of men.
Yes.
Okay.
But this year,
so yeah. Okay. So the weakest.
Joe Metal. Okay. The weakest.
Yeah.
The weakest. Okay. I can promise.
Really?
Can promise.
Yeah.
Or no pay for you.
No.
Promise Kiddy.
And I think Stone Boy.
Promise Kiddy Joe Metal.
I think Stone Boy too.
So far it's Promise Kiddy that is running through. Vida doesn't see Joe Metal as
can promise Joe Metal.
Oh, he's weak.
Right.
Oh, I think besides weak.
Okay. Who stands tall amongst the ones that you think they are?
Who?
They are yes.
Who stand?
It's a three-way.
Who?
Who?
No, meaning
who is winning for you?
Or who stand?
Who stands?
Stands. Then I say back. Stands there. Artist of the year for Ghana.
Artist of the year. Black Sheriff, Stone Boy, Sarkodie, Kim Promise, Kamido, Kiddy.
Where they
are between Black Oni PSA and okay, Mamian among Black.
I'm surprised people are not seeing Sarkodie
as
a formidable.
So why do you think Sarkodie should be a formidable for?
Never had any say. Why did you drop
that thing? So how?
Because you see, there was a year, I think 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Now it was looking like him. And then
okay.
But like artist of the year, tough.
Very
tough.
Per the argument, all the two papers were. Even Black Ocras, some says as when the means of Makacha would say. Black hole than the easy so be winning. Say and
both near how many
the board has 40.
Academic it at 30.
Public 30.
Board 40. Wow.
So it's you know
okay.
Would be am picking it.
But go Bisamia. Top 3 no.
You won. Oh, me mommy, two top.
Pick one winner. You winner.
Who is winning for you?
Where?
I think that with the e-maso.
Calculus.
You want?
As soon as I pay, as soon as
okay. The open here, the end now.
Me they can make pay and Kakamido. I want Hannah Black.
Okay.
Afa.
Ramio.
Sir, Kamido Black.
Hannah Black. Hey, but
so statements they say as soon as I pay
and as soon as DBC. Matia say.
Me so say na me fa no. Say Kamido winning most popular song na Obefa artist of the year.
Oh, what?
Sir.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
And I say PSA so e winning most popular song na Obefa artist of the year.
Nti what you are saying is who wins a popular song is winning artist of the year.
I disagree.
Caleb, count there.
Me say on paper, it's a 3-horse race. Black Hole, PC, and nobody.
The way you mentioned it, is it in order of who stands?
Me person in order. Once we in order, which means this is my mine open between these 3.
So choose one. We all chose one. I chose.
I say, Camilo, and then Camilo Ablaku.
Mr. Soprano say, "Yeah, Camilo and PC." Okay.
Me say Blacku, and then Blacku, PC.
I see. So we are wrapping up. Say your time now, so. Your time now, so. But performance on the night. Who wear straight? Just give me a name. Who are you? Who do you? Brofun cry day. Who can't you wait to watch? It's medical Sarkodie. So far, what I have seen, medical Sarkodie, PAC Star, Lastmid, Blacko, Ofuyam Ponsa, Jackie and Amari.
Ofuyam Ponsa.
Yeah. I saw it on the Ghana Music Awards or more Facebook.
I want to see Ofuri and Amari this time around because Omama can be home.
Okay. Vida.
I'm not looking forward to seeing anyone. To be honest.
Are they?
Because Mintio. That kind of thing. Me who any.
For you live band. Hey, Sarkodie and Subo.
Craft no, and any bono.
Blacko, say Blacko, on your mintio.
No, but make pieces, set pieces now be put together. So why shall you group on? We who have our groupings no. ABC, old school, new school, something. I'm not. All the people performing.
It's obvious that you've seen some of them over and over again. Say,
yeah.
Mr. Sai, be more from
nothing.
No, but performance.
Who can't you wait to see?
Performance in Sarkodie, Black Sheriff. Edia Mimi who are no. PAC Esther. Me and Sawena.
No. So no. I'm not releasing. Medical Sarkodie, PAC Esther, last made Blacko, Ofuyampo and Sanjaki Amari.
Okay, do you know why Blacko will steal the show?
Why?
One, people love him. And that guy is full of surprises. This year, he will steal the show.
It will be tough for them because after raindrop,
This year,
how you
fire
put a piece together? Ubena topple last year 3 music performances.
This year,
because shall a bedding,
right?
And the mommy who said, after raindrop, you know, now go far abubo ya yellow with empty and blanda. It's when it was even close, no.
Right, so
me say obede onye bibia different. Obede the normal performance.
No, we be different.
For them concerned, you bet my say nenwum na ye kra na beto ama no. But Blacko, watch out for Blacko. Something will happen.
Okay.
Me feel if you ask I'm no kasa no. I can't just appoint you near wood if you are so challenge.
All right. Young friends here. Vida Duchuma is an entertainment journalist, PRO for 3 Music Awards. But I couldn't see him fantastic baby I better. Caleb Niboy is with Media General.
Caleb and not Caleb.
Caleb. And how the other is because almost minimum na Caleb.
Never many papa friend Caleb.
Caleb.
Oh, no, or broflizing or any Caleb.
A man say Caleb.
Broflizing. So about the whole stories. It's in collaboration. Caleb Nana. Me call Central University. I'm a part of SRC. Then you call SRC Wiki. We back Christ Temple. You be share Otaball. So you be kasa. So Oba no be so your friend was saying na what channel roll out. Okay. Every me so no me channel. Me go me din channel say, huh? I'm so Caleb Niboy. Oh, your name is not Caleb. Your name is Caleb. It's a whole no man. Caleb Dino. The following week na me coffee. And I catch my pass say, oh, I could share Otaball. But Otaball say me Dino. And you're Caleb, no Caleb. The response my father gave, I'll tell you off air.
Okay. Mati. I say Evans, ne Evans. I me political science lecturer, Dr. Evans Agridaku. Me because I told you born Evans. I try this or say they on Evans.
Evans. Alex and Alex.
Alex. No, Alex. A-L-E-X.
Alex. But
Ghana for Bekan Alex.
Yeah, Alex, but
Alex. Mommy point.
Alex is French for.
Any
Eunice. Become Eunice.
Eunice. Manu.
And a juice, ni juice.
Hey, yeah, Paul, thank you for watching. Caleb Niboy is with Media General. He's the host of Showbiz 927, sorry, on 3FM. And Nana Romeo is with Accra FM. He's the host of Entertainment Capital. And mid-morning show, no cry there. Ayuko, right. So, Vida, and so entertainment journalist, PRO for 3 Music. Thank you for watching this episode of E-Forum. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.